Today, we are going to build AI-based resume builder application with the help of React and Vite. And this application we are going to build completely from the scratch. Hey there and welcome back to Tube Guruji channel. Let's walk through the application first and then we'll talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use it to build this complete application. If you see, we have this beautiful landing page, and in order to create a new resume you have to just click get started. You will land on this beautiful login screen where you will see a different social media authentication service. With the help of Clerk, we're gonna add this authentication to our application. Then let's go to the dashboard, and then you will jump on this clean simple dashboard where you will see all the previous resume which you built, and you have option to create a new resume as well. Just click on it, give the resume name, and then just click create. Then it will redirect you to the form section and preview section where you will fill all the basic information. Here you have option to change the color of this theme. You can select from the bunch of different options, and immediately on real time you will see that change over here. Then once you fill this one, just save it and click next. Now here you have option to generate the summary with the help of AI. Just click on it, and then AI will give you couple of options to select from. Here you will see where you will get the option for the mid-level, junior, fresher, right? Select the appropriate one, and then this AI based summary get added to your resume. Just click save, and once it save it, you will see this beautiful toast message at the bottom. Then click next, and then you have option to add a multiple experience. Now depends on the position title and your information, it will generate the summary for you. Just click on it, and boom, if you see, it added the summary with and bullet points. Now with the help of this beautiful rich text editor, you have option to add, modify, or make it bold, italic, and there are a couple of more options for you. Okay, so that also we're gonna learn how can we add this rich text editor, and how can we generate this bullet wise summary points for you. Again, you have option to add more experience, and here you can add more details as well. Once everything is done, just click save, and then it's saved. Go to the next, and here again you have option to add the educational detail as well. Then once you added the educational detail like this, you can add the skills as well. For example, if I add React, and you have option to select your experience level, let's say 5, and boom, on the right hand side you will see this beautiful progress bar. Let's add a couple of more. For example, let's say React native. Here you can give 5 star. Let's say you have the Angular, which is the very popular one, you can give for example 4 star, and likewise, right? And everything you will see on the preview section in real time. And we have this beautiful progress bar as well. As soon as you save it, and you are ready. Now once you click next, okay, your resume will be ready to share and download. If you click on download, you have option to download as inside in the form of PDF, and then it will get saved. Also, if you want to share it, you have option to share with your different social media platform, or you can just copy the link as well and you can share with your friends and family. Now you jump back to the dashboard, and you will see your all the previous resume. If you want to delete any of this resume, click on this icon. You have option to edit, view, download, and delete. If you want to download, click download, and then it will download the list for you, and it will update the resume list on your dashboard without refreshing the screen. Now guys, not only that, but we are going to deploy this application on the free service service provider and the Hostinger service as well. Now let's talk about the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. Now first and very important for authentication, we are going to use this Clerk authentication, which is one of my favorite, and it's very popular among the many authentication service provider. Then in order to store our data and to manage our content, we are going to use this Strapi, and we are going to use The Strapi 5, yes, you heard right, because we are going to build this application with all the latest version of the applications, and Strapi 5 beta is now available, and it's very easy to manage your content. Next, we are going to use Hostinger to create our MySql database. That's also we're gonna learn in this particular course. Obviously, I'm gonna give an alternative option for you as well. Also, at the end of this particular uh, course, we're gonna deploy our application on the uh, Hostinger shared hosting service provider. Then in order to deploy our Strapi backend, we are going to use free render service, and the most important, we are going to use the Gemini API, which is from Google only, obviously, to integrate the AI model inside our application. And everything we're gonna learn from the scratch. If you are new to any of this technology, don't worry, because as I say, build from the scratch. So guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe, and without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this beautiful application. Let's talk about the tubegurji.com, where you will get the exclusive source code from the tubegurji, as well as you will get the exclusive source code for each of that particular course. Also, you can track each course chapter by chapter. Just you need to join it, and here you will see all the chapter over here. You have option to access the source code, the application demo, or even you can watch it on YouTube. Just enroll it over here. The plan is just starting from the $7 per month, and in that one you will get all the source coded for free. So give a try. Now, in order to create a React application, we are going to use Vite. Vite is one of the best build tool in the market to create a React application. And first thing, it's very fast, and the hot reloading is also very optimized. And when you want to build your application, the Vite is the good choice. So it's quite easy. Let's go to this vitejs.dev and then click get started. Here you will find the command line to create the React Vite project. Okay, so just copy this one and then open the folder where you want to create the project and open a terminal at that folder. Then you just need to type npm create with at latest. At latest will install the latest version of the React Vite application. Then you need to enter the project name. So in this case, we'll say AI Resume Builder app. Then you need to select the framework. Now Vite support a lot of different framework like Vanilla, Vue, Pre-React, React, and lot of them. Obviously, we want React, so select the React, and you can select the variant whether you want to use TypeScript or you want to JavaScript. So we'll go with the JavaScript. In the next video, we'll implement the TypeScript as well. And boom, your project is created. Now, if I go to the VS Code and open a folder of that particular project, so in this case, for me, it's inside the document project, React app, and the folder. Yes, I trust the author, and here you will see some bunch of files and folder get created. The first and the important is public folder, which used to store all your images, and whenever you want to access images, you can just give the path and automatically it will understand that you are trying to access any image assets from the public folder. Then we have the source folder in which we gonna write all our pages, file, component. Inside that we have assets folder. Again, it's used to store the images and all. Then we have app.css, which css is applied for this app.jsx file. Okay, then we have app.jsx file, which is the default and starting page of our application. If you see, we have some default code. Then we have index.css file, which is the style sheet which is applied throughout the application. So whatever you want to apply css to the complete application, you can mention inside this index.css file. Then we have main.jsx file, which is the starting point of our application. And if you see, it has a React DOM to create root, and inside that we have React strict mode, and then we are rendering the app page or component. Then we have git ignore, obviously used to ignore the some of the file, you can mention that particular file over here. Then we have the index.html file. So this file is the main file. So obviously if you want to add some SEO, you can just directly add the metadata inside this index.html file. And if you see inside the body tag, we have the div with the id root and the script to render the main.jsx file. Obviously we're gonna not touch this file, but if you want, you can just change this title. For example, if you want to change AI resume builder, and obviously the tab heading now will change to this AI resume builder. Then we have package.json file, in which we have the project name, script to run this project, dependency which we need to run this application, and some dev dependency. And the last is vite.config.js, which is the Vite related configuration. Now currently, if you see, we don't have any node module folder because this dependency, whatever the dependency and dev dependency mentioned inside the package.json is not yet installed. So in order to install, let's open the terminal. Just go to the terminal, click new terminal, and then just type npm install. The short form is npm I. And then it will install all the dependency you see inside this package.json file. Okay, and if you see, now our dependencies are installed. Now in order to run your project, just type npm run dev, and then it will open the port 5173 with this localhost. Now open this one, and boom, if you see, we have this default landing page. Now let me bring this side by side so that you can understand more clearly. So as I say, inside the source folder, we have this app.jsx file in which our default code is written. Okay. Now if I want to remove all of this code, let's remove all of this code from here and just type, for example, let's say subscribe to Tube Guruji. Guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. And if you see, the subscribe to Tube Guruji text is showing on the screen. But currently this text is showing in the center, because if I go to the main.js, not main, but if I go to this index.css file, and if I scroll down here, you will say we have display flex item to be in the center with the minimum width and height. You can remove this one and save it. Now still it is in the center, but not in the center of the screen, right? But inside the app.css file, here as well, it mentioned text align to be in the center. And if you don't want padding, just remove this padding as well. And now it will be on the top left corner. Okay. So that's how you can create the React with application and then run it. Next thing we need to do is to install the Tailwind CSS based UI library called ShadCN. So this ShadCN library is very powerful Tailwind CSS library, and currently it's very popular among the developers. It's very easy to install and it has a bunch of components. So let's go to this ui.shadcn.com and then click get started. On the left hand side, you will see the installation, and once you click on this one, you will see different framework. Obviously we will select the Vite because we are using the Vite, as we already created the project, so we'll skip this step. Then next step is to add the Tailwind and its configuration. So copy this line, go to your project, and inside the terminal, so I will click new terminal, just paste this. So it will install the Tailwind CSS post CSS auto prefixer, and along with that we want to install this, or we want to initiate this Tailwind CSS. So this will create a two new file inside our application. If you see, we have one file called tailwind.config.js, which contain the Tailwind related configuration, and another is post css.config.js file. Next thing, we need to create the tsconfig.json. Obviously here we'll create jsconfig.json because we are using the JavaScript, right? So here we'll say jsconfig.json, and inside that we're gonna simply copy this all of this code and paste it here. Okay, and save it. Next, we need to update the vite.config.ts file. So copy this and then just run it here. Okay, so it will install this type node, and then you need to add this line of code inside your vite.config.js file. So I will just replace this with a new code and then save it. Okay, then we need to initialize the shared CN. So copy this. This is the actual installation of the shared CN. Okay, so we'll initialize this shared CN using this npx shared CN -ui at the latest and slash space in it. Now it will ask few question, okay, and you can even follow this question answer whatever they mention, right? So it will ask you, do you want to use TypeScript? We'll say no because we are using JavaScript. Then you can use the any style, default or New York. I will go with the default. I will select the here as a neutral. You can select the slate or whatever you want. Then it will ask you where is your global.css file. So this is nothing but this index.css in our case, right? So here we need to mention source slash index.css, and you can even follow over here. Then would you like to use CSS variable for colors? I will say yes. Then where you are Tailwind CSS, or sorry, it's a different question actually. Are you using custom Tailwind CSS? I will not answer it, so it will be no. Then where is your tailwind.config.js is located? So this is the correct path, so I will click enter. It will ask you configure the import alias as a component, say yes, or you just click enter. And then for the utils, click enter. And are you using React server component? Obviously we are not using, say no. And do you want to write configuration to component.json file? Say yes. And then it will initialize the shared CN. Okay, now it will update your project in couple of ways. First, if you go to this source folder, you will see new folder get created called component. Okay, so whenever we add any shared CN component, it will add inside this folder. And then we have lib folder. Inside that we have utils.js file. Obviously we are not going to touch that file. Then we have component.json, which contains some configuration which is added by the shared CN. Obviously we are not going to touch to this file. And then most important, if I go to this tailwind.config.js file, you will see some of the content is get added, along with the theme and the color section get added. Obviously if you want to change this color combination, you can change this anytime. By default we selected the slate as our theme color. Now the next thing, let's add the button. Okay, so here you have option to add a button, or you can just search for the button component over here. So let's copy this command in order to add the component, and then add it inside the terminal, so it will add the button for you. Okay, now if I go to the app.js file, so if I go to this app.jsx file, and below that let's add a button. Now if you see, as soon as I type it, I'm getting the suggestion button, and it is importing from this component UI button. And here I will say subscribe and save it. Now if I go back to our application, here you will see the button called subscribe, and if you see how beautifully it gets rendered on the screen, and this is nothing but the shared CN button. Now whenever we install any shared CN component, inside this component folder, the new folder get created called UI, and inside that we have this button.jsx component. Here obviously we have some default code. It has a variant called default, destructive, outline, and lot of them along with the size. Whenever you want, you can change this line of code, but most probably we will not update any of the code. Okay, and we'll keep as it is. So I hope you understand this, how we install or set up our application or project. Next important thing, that we want a two important VS Code extension. So just go here, click on this extension tab, and then just search for the React ES7 plus React Redux extension. Okay, so this will help us to write your code much faster, or whenever you want to create a new component, right? There is some shortcut, it will create you the default component, and that's the reason we want this particular extension. And then we want the Tailwind CSS Intel Sense. Okay, so whenever you write any Tailwind CSS classes, it will give you the suggestion when you write the Tailwind CSS. Okay, so that's the reason we need these two extension in while working on the project. Now in this section, we are going to implement the routing functionality inside our React application. And for that one, we need to understand how our app will be work and the workflow. So let's say we have this landing screen. When user come very first time open the our domain.com, it will jump onto the landing screen. From the landing screen, user have option to get started or sign in. Okay, if user is already authenticated, so obviously user don't need to sign in, or we don't need to redirect to the sign in page. But if the user is not authenticated, then we need to redirect user to the sign in page. So let's say we have the auth/sign in. Okay, so we need to redirect to the page like this, auth/sign in or auth/sign up. But if user is already signed up, then it will redirect it to the app layout. Okay, inside this app layout, we have the dashboard, we have the update resume, we have the create resume, and in many more routes. Okay, so obviously we need to make sure after this app we all have in means all the sub routes, okay, or children routes will be under same layout. Okay, this is very important in order to protect our routes, as well as we need to add that routing functionality inside our application as well. So right now, if you feel confusing, don't worry, because we'll go in a detail. So first thing, let's search for the React router DOM. So obviously we are using this React router DOM library. They recently released this 6.4 version as well. So just click on the get started, and here if I scroll little bit, click on this tutorial, and then here you have some step to install the React router DOM. Okay, so if you see, this is the command line in order to install this React router DOM. Copy this command, go to your project, and inside the terminal just paste it here. Okay, and if you see, our React router DOM is installed. Now obviously anytime you can take a reference of this routing and everything. Okay, but we'll implement it from the scratch. So first thing, let's go to this main.jsx file, and inside this one we are going to create a constant router. So here we'll say constant router is equal to create browser router, and if you see, it's importing from this React router DOM. Okay, inside this we need to provide the path and the elements belong to that particular path. So first thing, let's say you want to add the sign in page, right? So here we'll say path, and obviously we'll create a new folder called /auth/sign in. Okay, let's make it smaller, but we don't have the any page associated with this sign in. Okay, so inside this source folder, what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a new folder called auth, and all the sign in and sign up page I will keep inside this folder, and inside that I will create a sign in, and then we'll create index.jsx file. Now in order to add a default template, you just need to type rfc, because we have that VS Code extension, and click enter, and boom, it will give you the default template. Just rename this function name. Here we can say sign in page, and save it. Now inside this main.jsx, now you can just add the element, and then you need to provide that component name. In this case is sign in page from this auth/sign in. See, like this. Okay, now once you're done with this one, I will also provide the default template, the default route as well. So here you just need to mention path, which is the default route, and then the element as our app. Okay, so this app component we are going to render on the default route. Now next, the most important thing, that we need to wrap, or we need to add our browser router over here. So here we need to provide the router provider from the React router, and then we need to attach that router is equal to this particular router. Okay, so this router we need to attach like this, and then make sure to end this tag and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, and if you see, the default route is showing over here, but if you want to go to sign in, so just add auth slash sign in and click enter, and boom, if you see, we have this sign in page showing on the screen. Okay, so that's how easily you can add the route for your application. On the default, obviously we'll see this app.jsx file content. Okay, so this is called a simple routing. Okay, we did not add any complication in that one. But now, as I say, if you remember, inside our this flowchart, under this app layout, we need to add this create resume dashboard and all of these things. Correct? So what we need to do, instead of this path, okay, I will remove this path for now, and here I'm going to add a children. Okay, so let's say we added children, and inside that app layout we're gonna add all our sub route. So now let's say you want to add the landing screen, and we can call it as a home screen, right? So inside the source folder, we can add a new folder called apps, and inside this apps folder we can add the home screen. Okay, it's up to you how you want to organize. Let's add a new called home, or let me don't I'm not creating this apps folder because it will confuse with this app and all. Let's add new folder called home. Inside this home I will add index.jss file, add the default template, and I will just rename this to home and save it. Now over here we'll give the path as a default path and then element as a home. Okay, now we have to make sure this home element will render inside this app layout, right? So let's go to this app layout, and here we'll remove this all of this content. Okay, and then only we are going to add the outlet. Okay, now this outlet we are importing from this React router DOM. Okay, like this, and then save it. Now what we'll do, whatever the children which you are rendering inside this app layout, it will render through this outlet method or a component. Okay, so this outlet method we are importing from the React router DOM. Now if I save this one and go to our application, and if you see, by default now it's showing the home screen. Okay, same thing if I go back and create a new folder called dashboard, right? Inside that we'll add index.js file, add the default template, here we'll say dashboard, save it, and then if you want to render the dashboard inside this outlet, simply you need to add another children we call path. So in this case, on the click means if I go to this .com/dashboard, we should go to the dashboard component. Okay, so simply here we'll say dashboard. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back, so okay, so we incorrectly added something. Let me check the dashboard. I will just rename this to JSX file, and we have, okay, so we have JSX extension now, so that's the reason. Make sure this is a JSX extension will be there. Now here if you see, refresh it, and you will see the home, and if I go to the /dashboard, you will see the dashboard text is showing on the screen. Okay, if you see, we have some margin from the layer. That's because inside the app.css we have this margin 0 auto, and now we are good. Okay, so that's how you can add the layout. Okay, I mean this, with the help of this outlet you can render all your children through this app layout. Okay, and you can even keep the sign-in page differently if you don't want to mix them with this one, because we're creating this layout. Whenever we want to protect the page, we can just add the condition over here, and if the user is sign in or not sign in, depends on that, we can redirect user to the sign in page if user is not sign in. Okay, we can see later on in this course, but for now I hope the basic thing about the React router DOM you understand. Okay, obviously we're gonna learn on how to add the nested route or dynamic route later on in this course, but for now, let's continue. Now, once user want to authenticate to our application, right, we want to show a sign in and sign up page, and then we already have the route called /auth/sign in to go to the sign in page or sign up page. But here we are going to add a Google authentication with the help of Clerk authentication service provider. So if you go to this clerk.com, which is one of the best authentication service provider in the market, and the main and most important thing is it's completely free to use. It provides a lot of different authentication service provider like Google, Microsoft, Facebook, GitHub, and many more. And most important thing is very easy to integrate inside our application. So first thing, let's go to this clerk.com and then create an account if you don't have any. Then I will just sign into my account, and once you sign in you will jump on this page. Now right now I already have a lot of different project created with the help of Clerk, but here I will create a new application, and you can give the application name. So in this case we'll say AI resume builder, and on the right hand side you will see the preview how it actually look like. Then you can enable the different option or service provider like Facebook or Microsoft, GitHub, and many more options. Okay, it's up to you how you want to do. Also you can even customize this login screen as well. Now right now I'm going to I will not select Facebook, like just three of them, and then click on create application. Once the application is created, you will land on this dashboard. Here on the left hand side you will see a bunch of different options to customize the login screen. The users, you can see whoever log into your application, and many other options. You can just explore it. Now currently if you see uh, the different framework which Clerk support, okay, but in this case we are going to use pure React, which is a Vite based React. So we'll select the React, okay, and the most important thing you need to do is to create a .env file, and then you need to copy and paste this Clerk publisher key. So copy this key, then go to your project, and inside the root directory I'm going to create a new folder called .env.local. Then paste this key and then save it. Now, whenever you want to push your code to the GitHub or want to deploy your code, we have to make sure that this .env.local file will not push to the GitHub or any deployment. Otherwise, your key will be hacked with any other people, right? So for that one, just go to this git ignore, and what it will do, it will ignore the file when you want to push to the GitHub. Okay, so you have to mention the file which you want to ignore. So in this case, we'll say .env star.local, or you can also mention .env file as well if you have .env. Okay, so we have to make sure that this file should ignore when we want to push it to the GitHub or to for the deployment purpose. Now let's save this one and then go back to this Clerk again. Now obviously we'll continue to the React guide. Okay, so in order to install this React, now if you want to documentation of this React and Clerk, you can see the link is in the description. Next thing, we need to, obviously we already have this project created and all of these things, so we just need to install this Clerk React SDK. So go to the terminal. Here I'll say clear this one and just paste it here, and then we have to, obviously we already added this .env.local files variable, which is the publisher key, so we'll skip this one. Then we need to wrap, or we need to get this publisher key first. Okay, now in order to access your .env variable, right, you need to use this import meta.env and then the publisher key name or variable name, whatever the environment variable name is there. So I will just copy this one, and then inside your main.jsx file I will paste it here. Okay, now make sure this publisher this environment variable name is matches with this name, and then save it. Next thing, you need to wrap your application inside this Clerk provider like this. So copy this Clerk provider and then simply I will wrap it like this. And save. Okay. And then lastly, this is the just sign in sound and button. We are not going to implement this one, but right now let's save it. And if I go back to our application, let me go over here. If you see, go to the home page, so nothing is showing on the screen. Go to the inspect to see what's the error, and if you see, it's showing that Clerk provider is not defined. So make sure to import this Clerk provider from this clerk/clerk react. And now if you see, the home screen is showing on the screen. Even you can go to the dashboard. Okay, but now here we want to make sure that dashboard will not accessible until and unless user is authenticated to our application, right? It means all the app and related to that particular children is not accessible. Okay, so what we can do, so let's go to this app.jsx, and here we can write constant user comma is, or just like user is equal to user. And if you see, this user hook is importing from this Clerk react. Okay, so this user hook will give you the user information. It also have option called is loaded and is sign in. Is sign in will give you whether user is sign in or not. Then here inside the if condition, I will check if user is not sign in. Oh, sorry, user, let me not sign in, then we'll return, and then we'll navigate. So here you can use this navigate button, and then you can navigate to this auth/sign in page. Okay, if user is not authenticated. Let's save this one, and if I try to access the dashboard, so let's see what's the issue. So here by mistakenly we incorrectly mentioned this navigate. So here this is need to be a component, so here we say navigate, then inside that we have to provide 2, and then we have to provide that path, so /auth/sign in. Okay, so make sure you will define like this and then save it. Let's test this out, and if you see, okay, let's try to go to the home page, and if you see, it's redirecting to the dashboard, sorry, the sign in page. Even if I go to the dashboard, it will jump to the sign in page. Okay, so that's how you can navigate if user is not sign in. Now we need to add the sign in page. So obviously we already have that sign in page inside the art, but here we need to define the sign in component from the Clerk. And if you see, we have this sign in component from the Clerk. Let's save it, and boom, you will see this beautiful UI which is added or provided by the Clerk within just one line, which is the sign in, and obviously which is importing from this Clerk react. You are getting this beautiful sign in component along with all of this option. Let's put it in the center. So we'll add a class name flex, justify in the center, margin y to 10. So it will be in the, let's add item to be in the center as well. And so currently if you see, it is not in the center of the screen because maybe in app.css inside the root we have this maximum width mentioned, right? Let's remove this maximum width, and then you will see it is in the center now. Also let's give margin y to 20, and boom, see, now we have this beautiful sign in page where user can select any of this provider, log in with it, and then once you log in, let me go back, localhost, oh, that's not the one, dashboard for example, oh, still it's redirecting. Let's see. Now if you see, we are getting this error because whenever we are fetching data from this user hook, right, it takes some time, and that's the reason is sign is false and going to the this if block, right? So for that one you can also add condition is loaded. If is loaded is true and is sign in is are not there, then only it will navigate. And now if I go back, and if you see, now it's on a home page. If I go to the dashboard, you will see that it's showing the dashboard. Okay, now let's go to the home screen for now, and here I'm going to add the user button. Okay, this user button component is importing from this Clerk React. Let's save this one, and you will see on the home screen this beautiful user profile icon. If I click on this one, you will see the Clerk provided UI for this to manage the account and to see the profile information and everything. Okay, if you want to log out, you can just sign out, and boom, it will redirect you to the sign in page. So that's how you can easily integrate the Clerk authentication, and you can even protect your route with the help of this beautiful use user hook. You can just check that one, and if it fails, you can navigate to the sign in page. If it's not failed, then it will continue to show you the requested page. Now for our application, we need a dedicated header which will be the constant and will be fixed throughout the application. Okay, and even though user is logged in or not, this header will be constant in dashboard or inside the landing page. So for that one, I'm going to add, or let's go to the source folder, and inside that, under the component folder, obviously we are not going to touch this UI folder, but instead of that one, we are going to create a new component, the new folder called custom. Okay, so inside the component we created custom, and inside that you can create header.jsx file, add the default template and save it. Now, as I told you before, that we will need this header component throughout the application, right? So inside this app.jsx, before this outlet, I'm going to add this header, because all our route is rendering through this outlet only. Now let's save this one, and if I go back to our application, let me go to this home page. Now if you see, I'm not able to access the home page because we added the authentication, right? But as home page is nothing but our landing screen. So in order to make sure that landing screen is enabled, what you need to do, let's go to the main.jsx, and inside this route, simply you can remove this default home route and put it outside of this app layout. Okay, like this, and then save it. If I go back and try to access this home, you will see the home is showing on the screen. Okay, now obviously this header we need to add inside the app layout, as well as we need to add this inside the home page as well. So let's go to the home, and also we will add it over here. Oh, sorry, the header, and save it. And now you will see the header as well. Obviously this user button we are showing, we will remove this one, and here we'll say landing screen. Okay, now let's implement the header. So for that one, I'm going to use the logo, which is from this logo prism, which is the just a logo placeholder. Okay, you can select the any one. I will select this one. I click on it, it will copy the svg code. Then inside the public folder, I'm going to add logo.svg file and simply paste this code which you copied. Now inside the header, we'll simply add the image tag, the source tag, and inside that you can just access it using logo/logo.svg. You don't need to give a complete path. Okay, then let's give width and height and save it. And then if I go back, you will see this beautiful logo. For this div, let's add a class name, padding of 3 and padding x to 5. Then along with this image, I'm going to add a button. We'll simply we need make sure to import this button, and we'll say get started. Okay, and if you see this button is added, let's make sure put this button on the right hand side. So we'll make this as a flex, and we'll justify between. If I go back, you will see this. Also we'll add a shadow medium, so to give this beautiful effect. Okay, now in order to change the default color of this, because it's a neutral color, kind of black color, right, and we want to change it as our default primary color. So for that one, let's go to this tailwind.config.js file, and inside here you will see this primary field, right? Inside this primary, just replace this with the code which you want. So in this case, I will just say 9f 5bff. Okay, this is the hex code I want to use. If I save this one, you will see it's changed this beautiful color. Okay, later on if you want to change anytime, you can change it, but for now I will keep this color. I'm not sure I will gonna change it or not. But now if you see, we have this beautiful header. Now if I try to go to the dashboard, obviously I'm not able to access that one because it's a protected one, right? And on the click of this get started, we have to make sure it will navigate to the sign in page. So inside this header component, I will just wrap this button inside this link through this React router DOM, and then we'll add to fill, and inside this two you need to give the path on which you want to navigate. So obviously we want to navigate to the sign in, so and this is the path, so I will just write link to this particular path, and then we have to wrap this button inside this link. Okay, if I save it, and now if I click on this one, if you see, it's navigating to the sign in page. Once the user is logged in, right, we need to write a condition. So here I will just add a constant user is equal to use user, and simply I'm going to check over here, or here let's add is sign in as well. So here we'll say is sign in is true, then we'll show the user button, and let me add a div because along with that we can also show the dashboard button as well. So here we'll say dashboard button. Otherwise we want to show this get started button. Okay, so this is the simple logic which we added. I will just format this document. Perfect, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, right, and click get started, I will log in with the account and save it. Now if you see, we have this dashboard and the profile image icon, which is the user button. So let's make sure to align them. So class name, make it flex, gap of 2, item to be in the center, and for this button I'm going to add a variant as a outline. Let's save this one, and now you will see this beautiful dashboard and this profile page icon. Now on the click of dashboard, again we want to navigate to the dashboard. So here I will add a link to, and here we'll say dashboard. Make sure to wrap this button inside this link and then save it. Now if I click dashboard, it will navigating me to the dashboard page. So that's how you need to add a header, and depends on your authentication, you can update the header component as well. If you have any question while implementing the header, let me know in the comment section. Now in this particular section, we are going to set up backend for our application. And if you see on the mockup, you will see two more main important things. The first, which is the Strapi CMS, as we are using this Strapi CMS for our backend to store our data and to fetch our data. This Strapi CMS will help us to create the API for us. Okay, we don't need to create our own API. And this Strapi CMS, we are going to connect with this MySql database, or you have option to connect with the Postgres SQL database. So whenever we want to add or insert any record, or you want to fetch any record, okay, or make some CRUD operation, we're gonna use through this Strapi CMS, and you can manage all of your content through this Strapi CMS. Okay, so first thing, I'm going to set up the hostinger. So go to the hostinger and you will find hostinger service provider, which is the quiet and cheapest service provider in the market right now. If you go to this their plan, they provide a different bunch of plan. In the business plan, you will get 100 of website which you can deploy. Along with that one, you will get a free domain, then you will get a free unlimited emails, the unlimited SSL certificate, and lot of other things. And not only in the business plan, but you will get that inside the premium plan as well. I'm using this Hostinger from my last 6 years and I never face a single issue with them. So I definitely recommend you to buy the Hostinger service provider. The link is in the description. For the Indian, you can go to this hostinger.in and they provide you the Indian currency plan. Okay, again, it's quite cheaper. And the most important thing, you will get a 3 months for free. And if you want a more than 50% discount, you can go to the link which I put in the description and buy this hosting just service provider with that link. And again, you are going to get a free domain for a year. Okay, so go ahead and buy it, because we are going to use Hostinger in this particular application in two way. One, to create or to deploy our database, and the second, we are going to deploy our complete application on the Hostinger platform. So first thing, as I'm in the US region, I'm going to log in, and once you log into the account, you will find, let's go to the home, and once you set up everything right, just go to this hosting provider. Here I will select the TubeGurji, which is my domain which I connected, and inside here you can go to this database section. Okay, because we want to create a database. Here go to the management, and you have option to create a new database. You will find a bunch of different database which I already using with the Hostinger. Here I'm going to create AI resume. So here I will say underscore, and again I will keep the username same. I'm going to add some password, something like this, and then simply click create. So okay, so password is not good, so I will add another password. Oh, I don't know why the password is not taking. Okay, I enter new password and just click create, and then it will create the database for you. If I go down here, you will see the database name, username, and the domain on which. Now, if I click on enter PHP my admin, here you will see your database through this PHP my admin. Okay, currently we don't have anything, but you can create a new table, number of column, and everything over here. You have your own dedicated MySql database. Now another important thing, we need to make sure that you have to go to this remote MySQL, and then here you have to select any host. Then select the appropriate database which we just created, which is this AI resume, and then click create. So this will enable you to connect to your database from anywhere. When I say anywhere, obviously whoever has this credential, and obviously we only have the credential for that particular app which we are going to connect. Okay, so that's how you can connect to your database. Now another important thing, now we need to set up the Strapi CMS for our backend. So go to this strapi.io, and Strapi is one of the best CMS and management content for your application. So I'm using this Strapi from long time, and it's my favorite CMS currently. And you will see in many of my videos I use a Strapi a lot. So if you go to this tubegurji.com, you will find that for this appointment booking, or for this mobile doctor mobile application, the e-commerce, and many other application like grocery, I use the Strapi. Okay, so as I say, it's very cool, and most important thing, it's a free to use. Okay, it's completely free. You can host on your own server as well. So I'm in this course, at the end of the course, I'm going to tell you how to deploy this Strapi on your own server as well for a free. Okay, now in order to create the Strapi, you will see this command. Okay, but Strapi recently launched the Strapi 5, but which is in beta, but don't worry, we can use that one as well. Okay, because they make a lot of things much easier, and they added some new features. So first thing, just click on this try Strapi 5 beta today, and over here you will find this command in order to create a Strapi project. Okay, obviously if you do the quick start, it will automatically use the SQLite database, but if you want to connect your own database like MySQL or the PostgreSQL, which also I'm going to tell you how to connect that one with the PostgreSQL as well, then uh, you have to use just this particular command. Okay, and don't use quick start. So just copy this one. Okay, so I will just copy this and then go to the project folder where you want to create and open terminal at that folder. Okay, I will just increase this size and paste this command. Okay, and click enter. Now it will ask you that to enter the project name, so we'll wait. And yeah, so if you see they asking to enter project name, here I will say AI resume admin. Then it asking you, do you want to use TypeScript? Say no. The which default database, use the default database. So obviously we don't want to use the default database, we will use our own database. So here we'll say no. If you don't want to buy the hosting service provider, you can go ahead with the SQLite, or as I say, we have another option, PostgreSQL. Then you have option to select the database. Here you have two options. The first, SQLite, the PostgreSQL, which I'm going to tell you how to get that PostgreSQL for free, and the MySQL. Obviously in this course we are going to use MySQL. So select the MySQL, and now here you will find to add the database name. Okay, so let's go back to the hostinger, and if you see we have this database name. Okay, so AI, so this database name I'm going to use. So this is our terminal, just paste it here. Then the host name. Now in order to get the host name, you will find over here. Okay, so I will use this host name. If you see, it's saying the MySQL server host name, or you can use this IP as your host name as well. So I will use this one. I will paste it here. Then we want to use port, we'll keep as it is, just click enter. And the username, as I told you, the username is same as the database name. Oops, terminal, and paste it here. Then the password. Okay, so I will just enter the password which I use when we created the database, and it will ask you, do you want to enable SSL connection? It's up to you if you want to use it or not. Let's say, I don't know, let's say yes, or let's say no, I don't know. And then it will create a Strapi application for you. Okay, it will take a few seconds to create the Strapi application, so we'll wait. But in meantime, let me show you how you can connect for a free database with a Neon PostgreSQL database. Okay, as you know that we use this Neon PostgreSQL database a lot of time. Okay, so just create an account if you don't have, and log in to the Neon dashboard. Here select the project, and through this where is the tables? Here is the tables. Now here we have table option, but I think I already reached the free limit. Maybe it's not showing me the database name, but once we have the database name, select that, create a new database, and then inside the dashboard, now if you see we have a lot of project which I already created, right? Over here you will see the connection string, the database name, and everything. And from here you can get the PostgreSQL, or you can connect the PostgreSQL as well, or you can go with the Vercel. They also have the free PostgreSQL database. If I go to this Vercel, obviously I already log in, but here click add new, and then you can have, I think, store, and here you can create the new database. Okay, and they have all the credential like database name, username, and everything. Okay, so but it's up to you which database do you want to use. I most prefer the Hostinger MySQL database. And now once your project is created, you will see it's ready to use it. Now what we need to do, just go ahead, just open a new window through this VS Code, and then open a folder. Now over here locate the folder, project where you have. So in this case it is in the Strapi AI resume. I will open that, and boom, if you see all of these things is already there. Okay, right now you don't need to touch anything. Okay, but here we just run the Strapi backend. Okay, now here you just need to type npm run develop. Okay, in order to run the Strapi in a development mode. Also, one more important thing, if you get an error while after running this one, you just need to run this particular command called npm install dash dash save dash dev and ajv. Okay, if you get an any error. But right now we'll simply run this command. So npm run develop and click enter. So it will take some time because it's setting up the Strapi backend database. It will create all the database for you and everything. And if you see now, it opened the Strapi register page because we are logging, or we are using Strapi first time, right? Because we just launched this one, so we'll enter all the information. So here I added all the information. Let's me add a password. So this is for the first time. Okay, and let's start. Now once you say let's start, boom, you will land on this Strapi's dashboard. Here you will see all the options: home, content manager, the releases. You can do it, you can even deploy or use their own service, and the settings as well. So actually I stopped the server and rerun it again, right? Because my server did not run on the development mode somehow. I'm not sure why. But right now, if you see, I rerun it again using npm run develop, and now it's running in development mode. And now you will see the more option over here, okay, than before. Obviously, I am able to see my name. Here we have the content manager. You have option to create a new entry and everything. Then you have media library where you can manage all your images, assets, video, or any files and all of them. Through this content type builder, you can even create the new collection type. It means creating the new tables kind of thing, right? Don't worry, everything we want to go in details when we start developing and connecting this to our application. Most interesting thing that they have their own marketplace or own apps where you can install it and use it with the Strapi. And another thing, you can even customize all of this Strapi backend through this particular feature. Okay, obviously once we set up everything right, we will learn how to connect with our application. But for now, make sure that your Strapi backend is running. If you are planning to buy Hostinger, so just click that link so that you will get a big discount to buy the Strapi, the Hostinger service, or you can use the Neon PostgreSQL or SQLite as well. It's up to you. And once it's running, then we will start building our application. Now let's implement the dashboard from where we are going to create a new resume. If you see on this mockup, we have the dashboard screen on the top. We obviously have this header. Then on the dashboard section, we're gonna put the my resume title and subheading, and then we're gonna give option to add a new resume. Obviously, if user already have the resume created, we're gonna show that one as well. And for that one also, we are going to give edit option, but we'll do that later on. Once user click on this plus sign to add a new resume, it will show a pop-up message, or we can show a dialog, okay, to add the title for resume. Okay, so here we want to give option to add a title, and then when user click on this create, it will generate the one unique resume ID, and then this information we're going to save inside our Strapi CMS. Okay, and once everything is done, then simply we will redirect it to the new resume screen where user can add all the other details. Okay, so this is simple workflow. So first thing, let's go back to our application. So this is a Strapi. Okay, make sure your Strapi is running in the background, and I will close all of this tab. And inside the dashboard, we have this index.js file. Here I'm going to add the h2 tag, and simply I will say my resume. Okay, for this I'm going to add a class name. We'll add a padding of 10. When the screen size is medium, I'm going to add padding X to 20, and when it's large, I will add padding X to large padding X to, let's say, 32. Okay, and let's save this one. So if I go back to our application, so this is how it will look like on the bigger screen. Also, for this heading, I'm going to add a Tailwind CSS class. We'll say font bold, font bold, text to Excel. Make it 3XL, so it's a bigger. Perfect. And below that, simply I'm going to add some title. So here we'll say start creating and X, or just we'll say start creating AI resume for your next job role. Okay, and we'll simply keep as it is. Then we need to add the add button as per this mockup. Okay, so if you see in this mockup we have this beautiful button, so we're gonna add that one. So for that one, I'm going to create a new component. So here for now, I will add a div, and inside that I will put that. So inside the dashboard folder, I'm going to add a new folder called components, and all the component related to the dashboard will keep inside this folder. Over here, we'll add resume.jsx file and add a default template. Save this one, and this component now will add inside this add resume. Okay. Now for this div, I will add a class name. We make it grid because we want to show 4 to 5 columns. So here we'll say grid columns 2 when the screen size is smaller. Okay, when it's medium, we'll say grid column maybe let's say 3, and when it's larger, we'll say grid column 5. Okay, and then save it. If I go back, so right now just text is showing add resume. Now let's go to this add resume, and inside this let me bring this down. So here let's add let's add a div. For this div, we'll simply add the plus square icon. So here if you see, as soon as I type it, I got this icon from this Lucid React. So when we install the SATC, this Lucid React library also get installed. Okay, so I will add this icon. Okay, you just need to add this component and then icon will get added. If I save this one, you will see this icon. So this Lucid React icon is quite popular one. Let's go to this lucid.dev, and you don't need to install because we already have that inside our application. And if I go to these icons, you will see a bunch of different icons. Okay, you can search it, and the most important thing, fully customizable and very easy to use. Now once you add this one, for this div, I'm going to add a class name. We'll say padding of 40, padding Y to 24. Then we'll add a border. We'll say item to be in the center. We'll make it flex, justify center, and background as a secondary. And this is how it will look like. Let me bring this down. Now also I will add a border, not border, but rounded corner. So let's say large. Okay, and for this div, okay, let's give some margin. So we'll say margin top to 10. Perfect. Okay, and here I'm going to give some height. So if you want to give height with the custom size, okay, with your own pixel size, you can just mention like this. For example, let's say I want to give a 280 pixel as a height, so you can mention inside this square bracket. Okay, so this is how you can define a custom size inside the Tailwind CSS. And if you see, we have this beautiful section. Okay, now for this one, when I hover on this one, okay, we'll scale the size little bit to 105. For smooth animation, we'll add transition all, and also on hover we can add the shadow, maybe let's say medium. Okay, so if I hover on this one, you'll see this beautiful effect. Also on the when I hover on this particular item, the cursor remains same, right? We want to change the cursor as well, so here we'll just say cursor as a pointer. Now if I hover on, if you see, the pointers change immediately. Okay, so this is how we want it. If you want the dotted, I don't know whether yeah, so here if you see, if I type border dash or dotted, you can define that. If I put the dash, so this is how it will look like. It's very, if you see, we have this dash it. Okay, that's good. Now on the click of this one, we want to show a dialog, right? So you can get this dialog if I go to the CN component, right? And it has a one component called dialog. Okay, so if you want to see the example, so this is how it will look like, right? If I click on this one, the dialog will open. Very easy to install. First copy this component, go back to your project, and let's install this component. Then let's copy this import statement because we want to use it, and I will just add over here. So this is a simple use case, and copy this dialog use case as well, and I will simply paste it here. So right now, if I save this one and go back to our application, you will see this open text. Okay, because this is the actual trigger to open this dialog. If I click on this one, it will open this dialog. Okay, but we don't want that one because we want to open the dialog on the click of this particular dialog box. Okay, there are two ways. Either you can just put this div inside this dialog trigger. Okay, but we want to also handle a dialog close or dialog open through the our own button. So what we are going to do, we are simply remove this dialog trigger from here. Okay, and we are going to define one state. So here we'll say constant open dialog comma set open dialog is equal to use state. Okay, initially I am going to add the value as a false. Now whenever I click on this div, so here I will add a on click method. When user click on this particular div, we want to set open dialog as a true. Okay, now for this dialog, it has one property called open. So whenever the just want to set the open dialog, so open dialog value is true, it will open the dialog. If it's false, then it will close the dialog. Okay, let's test this out. If I click on this one, let me refresh this, and right now nothing is happening. Let's see what's the issue. Okay, we did not save this file, so make sure to save it. And if I refresh this and if I click on this particular item, if you see, it open now. Okay, so that's how it works. Along with that, obviously we want two important buttons. So after this description, we'll add a div. Inside this div, we'll add two buttons, one for cancel and another button is to create that resume record inside our database. For this cancel button, I'm going to add a class name, sorry, not class name, but a variant, and I will add it as a ghost. Okay, so a button has the variant which is already defined inside this button component inside the CN. And okay, let's define this button as well. So here, make sure to import the button component, and if I open it, you will see these two buttons. Now okay, so variant like this. Now you'll see ghost. Okay, let's add a class name, make it flex and justify in because we want on the right hand side, and also we'll give gap of 5. Perfect. And if you see, we have this beautiful button. Now let's update this one. So first thing, we need the heading, the subheading and the input component as well. So from the CN, you can get the input component. So just search for this input and this is how it will look like. Make sure to install this component. So I will just install it here, and then we can use it. So I will remove this one and simply I will add the input component. Okay, for this dialog title, I am going to add create, just say create new resume. Okay, for subheading, let's add it here only. Here we'll say add a title for your new resume. Let's save this one and let's see how it looks. Okay, so this is how it will look like. Obviously I will give some padding from the top. So for this input I will add a class name, we'll add margin top to 2. Then we're going to add a placeholder. We'll just simply add some kind of example, let's say full stack resume. Okay, so user can enter the title like this one. That's what we are giving suggestion kind of thing. Okay, and when user click on create, we can good to go. Here I will add a margin y to 2, so some space from the bottom side as well. Perfect. Now if I click cancel, we want to make sure it will means the dialog will get closed, right? So obviously simply for this button I'm going to add on click event, and then we'll simply set the dialog open dialog as a false. Okay, now if I go here and click on this cancel, see the dialog is closed. Okay, perfect. Now next important thing is to save this information inside our database. As soon as user enters some information, then it will generate the ID, and along with the user detail we want to save inside our database. So obviously as we are using the Strapi, we'll go to the Strapi, and then inside the Strapi go to this content type builder. Okay, inside this content type builder we want to create a new content, and here we'll say user, just simply say user resume. Okay, you can give space whatever you want. So this is the API ID, I will keep as it is. You have some advanced setting, I will keep as it is, and then click continue. Now inside this collection, what are the fields you require? Okay, first thing, let's say the title, resume title. Obviously this is a required field, so I will put the required field as a true. Then I will add another field, and we want the text. Again, you can add a unique ID, UID, unique identifier as well, but let's make sure we will add our own. So I will add a text, and we'll say just say ID, I don't know, yeah, resume ID will say. Okay, and I will keep everything as it is. Then who created this one, right? So user's email, so here we'll say user email. Then user name, so here we'll say user name. And for now I think that's enough. Okay, the date, it automatically get added by Strapi, so you don't need to add it. And let's finish this one. If you need it any more field, you can always come to this collection, and you can just click here to add a new field. So right now I will save this one. Now once it's saved, it will restart your Strapi, okay, with the new changes. So I don't know why it's failed, but I will just restart it again. So if you see, it's loading the Strapi, okay, and as it is in beta, sometimes it fails, sometimes it start, and if you see, it's now running back. And boom, if you see, we have the new collection type. Now over here, if I go to this content manager, you will see the new collection type called user resume. Now inside that, if I want to create a new entry, if I click on this one, you will see this option called title, resume ID, user email, username, and once you put everything, you have option to save it, or either you can publish it. Okay, but right now obviously this thing we are going to add through the API. But before that, now once we have this collection type, let's get all the information first. So let's go to the we are on the Strapi. Okay, let's go to our project, and over here I'm going to add one state. So here we'll say constant. We want to get the resume title, so here we say resume title comma set resume title is equal to use state. Oops. And we also want to add the unique identifier UID, but that we add it later on. And here I'm going to write one method called constant on create. Okay, so let's console our information. So on create, we will get the resume title, and we have to make sure the resume title is present, and then we want a unique identifier. So here we'll say UUID. Now we need to generate some unique identifier every time, right? So in order to generate this UUID, okay, we are going to use this UUID library. Okay, so npm I UUID, and it will generate this kind of number which is a unique, and just you have to call this method. So first thing, you have to install this one. And in order to get the user on this unique identifier, you just need to call this method. Okay, so let's say you want to call it here, and obviously we need to import this one. So you can import like this. This is the import statement, and save it. Now this will give user identification number, something like this, which is our resume ID. And obviously after this we have to make sure when you user type it, right, we need to save user's input inside one state. So here we'll say on change. This on change emit the event, and here we'll say set resume title using e dot target dot value. Okay, and on the click of this create, we need to call this method. So simply here I'm going to click on click, and here we'll say on create method. Okay, so we'll call this on create method, and then this method will get called and it will show the information. But we have to make sure that this button should be enabled if the the resume title is there. Okay, so here we'll say disable if resume title is not there. So here we'll say not. Let's save this one, go back to our application, and let's test this out. If you see right now, the button is grayed out, it's a disabled. But as soon as you type something, see, it's enabled. Okay, now if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console and click create, and boom, it will create the resume title. Means it's just showing the console, inside the console with the title and the unique identification number, which is, we can call it as a resume ID. Now next we need to enable the API inside our Strapi. So go to the Strapi, and inside here go to the setting. Inside the setting, just search for this API token. Okay, and right now we don't have a token, so you can generate this API token, you can get a tour, but right now I will close it. And here you have option to create a new API token. You can give the token name. Here we will say AI, or we can say development. Okay, so dev environment, something like this. You can add description, you can add the duration, let's say unlimited for now. The token type, I'm going to add a full access, and you can give permission for the given content type. For example, for this user resume, what other things you want to enable, you can enable all of them, or you can enable the some of them. Okay, right now you give the full access, you can give all custom access as well. Okay, whether you want to enable some of the operation and you don't want to enable any other operation, it's up to you. Okay, but obviously you can come and later and change this anytime, but once you generate the API key, you will not see that API key again. Okay, but right now I give all the operation, the full access, and then click simply save. So right now if you see, we got this API key. I will copy this API key and then go back to the application. Over here inside this .env.local file, I will add a Vite. Make sure your environment variable name start with the Vite. Then here we'll say Strapi API key, and then simply paste this API key. Let's save this one, go back to your application, and then simply save it. Now in order to get the API endpoint, right, let's see if you want to create it. Just click on this setting icon, and then you will see this is the endpoint in order to make or to create the user resume record. Okay, you will see in this in a moment, but before that, once we have this Strapi API key, now it's time to create a service or to API calls. So for that one, I'm going to keep all the API call inside of one file. Okay, so inside the root directory, I'm going to create a new folder, and you can call it as a service. Inside this, I'm going to add a global API.js file, and over here we're gonna add all the endpoints. But before that, we are going to use the Axios HTTP client. Okay, if you never use this Axios, okay, not this one, Axios HTTP. So this is the HTTP client, okay, which help us to fetch the data from the API. So it's very easy to install and easy to use as well. Okay, so let me go back to our terminal and just simply add npm I axios. So it means npm install axios. Once it install, now you have to create the axios client, because we have the API key. So here we'll say constant axios client is equal to axios dot create. Inside this one we'll add the base URL. Okay, then we also want to add the headers. Inside the header we'll add the content type. Okay, so our content type is application slash JSON, and then the authorization. So here we'll say authorization, and here we need to give a bearer token. So here we'll simply add bearer and then the token. So dollar we'll say API key. Now this API key I will define over here, and we'll simply add import dot meta dot I think the just the environment variable, if I'm not wrong, something like this. I think here we need to add dot env as well, and then this variable name, and this API key we pass to this authorization. Now for the base URL, you need to access the localhost 1337 using this API key. So sorry, the endpoint. So this is the endpoint. Actually, we'll copy this endpoint, we'll paste here, and we'll just simply say API slash, and then whatever the endpoint you attach, that endpoint will attach to this Axios client. Okay, now in order to create a new endpoint, simply here we'll say constant create new resume. Okay, now this API endpoint will take Axios client dot. Now it will have get, post method, a lot of different things. Obviously we are making post call, so post, and inside the post we need to pass the endpoint. So in this case the endpoint is, let me go back, so this is the endpoint, because we already have the API, so we'll not attach that one. And then the data, okay, which data you want to add it, so I will pass that data over here. Now in order to use this particular endpoint method, we have to export it. So here we'll say export default, and inside that we'll simply add create new resume endpoint, so that you can use it anywhere inside your application. Let's save this one and let's call this create new resume on the click of this create button. Okay, so inside the add resume we have this create button right over here. We're gonna call this one, so I will remove this console. Now let's go to the add resume, and inside the on create over here we'll simply call global API dot create new resume, and here we need to provide the information which you want to pass. So here we'll define constant data, and now inside the Strapi you need to define the information inside the data field. Okay, so in this case now we want to save the title, which is the resume title, then the resume ID as a UUID, then the user email we want to save. That user information you can get it from the use user hook, right? So here we'll say use user hook, and then simply you can access the user email ID using users dot primary email address dot email address. So login user email you can get it here, and same way you can get the user's name as well. So here we'll just say user dot full name, and then save it. Now obviously right now we got error, it's saying the service slash global API is not defined. So here we need to give a specific path. So I will remove this and then give the specific path over here, service slash global API, because we created this service folder outside of this source folder. Let's save it, and if I go back, if you see, we don't have that error anymore. Okay, now once we have this create resume, pass the data, then here as this is a promise, so it will have then a response, and then we'll console the response. Okay, also as soon as obviously we are pushing this information to the server, it will take some time to add the record. And for that one, obviously we will maintain one state holder. So here we'll say constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially we'll make it as a false. Now whenever user click on this on create, we'll set the loading as a true. Okay, and when the information is successfully stored, here we will say if the response is successful, we'll set the loading as a false. Okay, also if we got any error, so here we'll say error, then also we'll set the loading as a false. Okay, now another thing, whenever the loading is true, we'll disable this button. So simply we'll add or condition and we'll add a loading. Okay, and for the visualization purpose, we can add a condition. If loading is true, then I want to add a loading icon. So we can add this let's add this loader to icon. Okay, and we can give a class name and we'll say animate spin. So we want to spin it, so we'll give some animation called spin. Otherwise simply show a create button. So I will remove this button and it will show this create button over here. Okay, let's save this one and go back to your application and let's take this out all together. So first thing, I will add a resume. Here we'll say full stack developer resume. Okay, and then click create, and if you see which loading is showing, right, because we are pushing data to the database, and you will see inside the console we got some information and it's saying okay, this is the information get added inside your database. Now if I go back to the Strapi and if I refresh this update resume, boom, if you see we got a new record get added. Just now we added this one, right? It has a title, the resume ID, the username and the user email as well, and it's already published because we have already maybe when we push anything through the API, it already get published. Okay, and inside the published you will see that particular information. If you make some change, right, you have option to save it or you have option to publish it from here as well. So that's how guys you can insert a record inside the Strapi CMS with the help of API. And the most important thing that we are using this bearer API key so that no one other than you will add or modify or access that particular Strapi CMS information. Okay, so that is good. So I hope you understand how easily we added this. Now what we need to do, let me go back to add resume. As soon as user enter this information, we want to redirect it to the new screen. Okay, now as once we created the new resume and we added the information, we have to redirect it to the new screen. Okay, where user can add his all personal information for the resume and everything, right? Along with that, also we have to make sure that created resume will be show over here so that user can edit it later on. Okay, but this functionality will add it later. First we'll navigate to the new screen. So for that one, our new layout will be divided into two sections. One is to form to add the resume details, and other will see the preview of the resume. Okay, where you can see all the details, how the resume will look like once you enter the information and all of these things. Okay, and the most important part about this one is to the routing. Okay, so if you see, the routing will be like dashboard. Inside that we have to create a resume route, then we have to create a dynamic route. Obviously a resume ID will be different for each of the resume which user added or created or want to edit, right? And then the edit route as well. Okay, just making sure that okay, the user want to edit this particular route. So let's go back to our application, and inside the dashboard we are going to create a new route and we can call it as a resume. Inside the resume route we need to create the dynamic route, and in order to create a dynamic route we need to simply add a folder but the folder name will start with the square bracket, and inside this one we will just add resume id like this. Okay, now this resume id will, or of this particular folder name will be the dynamic one, and inside this we'll add the edit folder, and then we'll add index.jsx file. Now add a default template, and here we'll simply add edit resume and then save it. Okay, once you add this particular folder structure and everything for the route, we have to make sure inside this main.jsx under the route we have to add this path and element. So we'll add a path. The path will be dashboard slash the resume, and now in order to add the dynamic value you have to write like this resume id. Okay, it means this value will be a dynamic one, and then we have to add the another route which is the edit. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, and if I try to access it using resume slash, let's say 123 is a resume id slash edit, and enter it. Oh, so nothing is showing on the screen. So let's see whether we have that particular path we mentioned correctly. So we have dashboard. Okay, so we forgot to attach the element. So here we need to attach the element. Here we'll say edit resume component and then save it. Now if I refresh it, you will see the edit resume. Now if I change this path, let's say we can add any id, it will still on the edit resume screen. Okay, so that's how you can do it. Next, let's go back to our application, and now we need to get this resume id, because depends on this resume id we want to fetch the user's information, right? So for that one you have to write constant, then you can say params is equal to use params from the React router DOM. Okay, so it will return the parameter. Now let's console it inside the use effect, which is the React hook, and I only want to execute this use effect only once whenever this component get load. So that's the reason I added this square bracket, and inside that I will write the console.log and simply add params. Okay, so we'll just printing params and we'll see what is inside this param. Now if I go to the inspect panel and inside the console, you will see we have object, and inside that we have the resume id, which is this id. Okay, and if you see, this is nothing but this dynamic id which we pass, which is the resume id. Okay, and the field name will be the same as the folder name which we mentioned over here. Okay, now you can just access this using this resume id, save it, and you will get that actual id. Okay, so that's how you can get the dynamic id. Now inside the dashboard, here we have this add resume. Along with that we want to fetch the all the resume list. Okay, so because even though as soon as we create it, right, we are navigating, or we are planning to navigate to the create page, but we also make sure that resume will be displayed on the dashboard, so that every time even though we came back, right, you can just click on that one and it will jump to the edit page. Okay, so we can simply add that functionality, and later on if you want we can just modify it. So first thing, we need to add the endpoint. So go to the service inside the global API, we're gonna create constant, we'll say get user resumes, we can say, yeah. And here we need to pass the user email. So here we'll simply add user email. Here we'll say Axios client dot get, and the endpoint will be the same, because from the same collection we need to fetch it, right? So it will be a user slash resumes, and that's all. Now get user resume, we need to export it so that we can use it anywhere inside the application. Now if I go to the dashboard index.jsx file, or we can create a new component, either way it's fine. So here I will define constant get resumes list, and obviously we need to get user email. So here we say user is equal to use user, and here we'll say global API dot get user resumes. Here we need to pass user email address dot then, and then we'll get the response. First we'll console the response and we'll make sure that we are getting data. Now in order to get the result will be inside the response dot data, and then inside the use effect we'll simply call this get resume list method. So we'll get resume list method. Now we need to call this method only when the user's information is available. Okay, so what I did over here inside use effect, I want to execute this use effect whenever the user's information is available or change, and then we'll call this get resume list method. Okay, let's save this one and let's go back to our application. So right now it's saying the service slash global API is not available. So make sure to provide the specific path, and that's good. Go to the inspect panel because we just console it, right? And if I refresh it, so right now it's saying a bad request. So we'll see what's the issue. Okay, let's go to this settings and API tokens. Obviously here we have this token, and inside the user review we want use this find, and this is the API slash user resumes. I think that's correct. So now if you see over here, I just refresh it and we got the data. Okay, and inside this data we have the list of the users and the document or resume ID or title, everything, right? But over here we need to make sure that we'll fetch only the user's information which belong to that user name, right? So for that one, if I go to this Strapi API filters option, right, and go to the documentation because it has a rich documentation from the Strapi, right? Here you will find how to fetch or filter the data. Okay, so you just need to provide the filters operation, the field on which you want to add, and the operator. Here you will see the different operator and the value. Okay, let me show you in the example. So in this case you want to add, here we'll simply add question mark filters. Okay, inside this one we need to add on which field we want to add. So here we'll say user email. Okay, the operator will be dollar equal, and then is equal to, we need to provide the user email. Okay, so we just mentioned filters, user email, this need to be email equals user email. Let's save this one and let's go back to our application. Let me refresh this, and now you will get the data with this information, okay, which is belong to that particular user only. Perfect. Now once we have this information, let's save in one state. So here we can define the state resume list comma set resume list is equal to use state. Provide the empty for now, and over here we'll say set resume list is equal to response dot data. Okay, next thing, let's save this one. Here I will just say used to get users resume list. Now I will just map this one. So in order to map it, I will say resume list dot map, because we want to iterate that one, right? Here we'll say resume comma index and arrow function, and in order to show the resume, I'm going to create a new component, and we can call it as a resume item dot jsx card item, we'll say, and it will accept the resume information, and simply resume card item, that particular component I will add it here, and it will accept the resume as a resume and also provide the key as an index, and save it. Now if I go back, so right now we have error that resume list dot map is not a function, because when we fetching the resume list, right, it will take some time. So here I will add a condition: if resume list is available, then only map the data. So refresh it, and now okay, still we have this error. So simply here I will add length is greater than 0. This condition I will add. Okay, and now if you see, we don't have this error anymore. Now that resume list we want to show over here. So obviously we have this resume card item. Let's save it. Here we need to add response.data.data. Okay, so I've just made by mistaken this one, and now if you see, we are getting this resume card item. Okay, so make sure you have to access the information using response.data.data. Now once we have the data and we have this component, let's add some information. So here I'm going to add a class name. We'll add padding of 14, and I don't know what to show over here. So right now okay, let me do one thing. We'll add padding 14 to inside div. Okay, we'll add a background slate, not background secondary for now. And over here I want to add a notebook kind of icon for now. Okay, because we will change this later on. And for the title we will give resume.title. If I go back, you will see the resume.title is showing. Let's make it in the center, flex item to be in the center, justify center, and then I will also give height which is matching with this resume one. I will just make sure the height will be the 280 pixel. Same height I'm going to add over here. Let's save it. Perfect. See, here I will say class name text to be center. Just make sure it is in the center. Margin y to 1, and then I will add a border here. We'll add a border primary. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, little bit different, right? Obviously for this is just for example. Okay, we want to change this later on. So here we want a rounded corner, so rounded large. Okay, and now inside this dashboard you can give the gap of 5 for example. Perfect. Okay, and for this card I will add a hover effect. We'll scale it to 105. We'll add a transition all effect. On hover I will add a shadow medium, and shadow color I will add a primary. See, we have this beautiful shadow effect as well. Okay, now one user click on this one, we want to navigate to the edit. Obviously we want to give some option here. Okay, but for now we'll keep it as simple as that. So let's do the navigation. So here let's wrap it inside the link through this router. Okay, this one as well, and here we'll say to, I will navigate to the dashboard slash resume slash the id which is from the resume id and slash edit. Okay, now if I go back, click on this one, boom, it navigate to that particular page which is the edit resume. Okay, same thing we have to do it when we add the resume. Okay, so I will just copy this path because we need this one. In add resume, as soon as we enter this information, so here we'll simply add, first we will add a hook. So we'll say constant router is equal to use, we can say navigation, so navigation is equal to use navigate, and then simply we use the navigation and we have to add where you want to navigate. So dashboard slash resume slash plus uuid slash edit. Okay, and then save it. Let's test this out. I don't know whether this will work or not, but let's try to add. So here we'll say my first resume, and we'll say create, and boom, if you see, it's navigate to the resume, this particular id slash edit, which is this edit resume page. And inside your content you will see the another record called my first resume. Okay, so that's how we can add the navigation, and we added this dynamic route. And one more important thing, we learn how to fetch the data so that we can show all the resume list which we created. Now if I go to the dashboard, here inside the dashboard we got two no resumes. Now don't worry, because there are a couple of things that we're gonna modify. First thing, we will make sure the latest what will say resumes which we created will come first. Then we wanna update this card with some model look to our resume, and we're gonna give option to edit and delete the resume as well. Now we have the one quick fix inside the add resume. If you remember, we were using this UUID in order to add our resume ID, and then we used to navigate using this UUID. But after that, we want to change it to the document ID, because Strapi record has is own document ID, right? So in order to get that document ID, you can just access using response.data and document ID like this. So this document ID, we will use it in order to navigate it to the edit page. Okay, so we will pass this document ID as our resume ID, and then save everything, go back to your application. If I go to the home page, and here if I create a new resume, we'll say full stack developer, say create, and once you create, you will see this particular document ID. Okay, and obviously inside our Strapi as well, you will see new record with a full stack developer. Okay, and now obviously don't ignore this resume ID, but this has its own document ID. Okay, so that's how it works. Let me go back to our application, and now you can start filling the information, some sample information, whatever you want, everything. And obviously at the last you will get the beautiful resume as you saw in this particular sample. Now on the actual resume edit screen, we are going to divide the screen into two parts. One is to fill up the forms, okay, like add the personal detail, professional experience, and lot of other things. And on the right hand side, we're going to show how your resume will look like in a real time. When we say the real time, so whenever you type your any details inside the form, it automatically instantly reflect it on the resume. Okay, so we will divide our screen into two sections for that one. So let's go back to our application, and inside the dashboard we have this resume folder, and inside this resume folder we have this index.jsx file. Okay, now first thing, let's divide the screen into two parts. So simply we'll add grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, and on the medium screen size we make grid column 2. Then here I'm going to add padding of 10, and we'll add gap of 10 and save it. Now we'll make two column, okay, or we directly make two different components. So inside this resume folder, I'm going to create a component folder, and all the component related to this resume edit resume will keep inside this component folder. Now inside here we'll create form section.jsx file, which is our which hold the form section. Okay, because and here we say form section, because we need a two section, right, two column, and one is for preview section. Now once we have this form section, save it, and let's import this form section over here, and other component will create to hold the resume preview.jsx and add the default template. So here we'll say resume preview. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see two sections. One is for form and one is for the resume preview. Okay, now we're gonna implement the resume preview first with the dummy data. So for that one, I created a new folder called data, and inside this data folder I created a new file called dummy.jsx. Inside here I just exported this uh, object list, which is in the form of JSON. So it contains the first name, last name, job title, address, everything. Okay, along with the experience, which is the array list, then execution, which is again array list, and the skills. Okay, you can add more option here, more fields as well, is up to you, but this is the sample dummy data which I created. Obviously you can get it from the source code. Now if I go over inside this resume preview, and inside the resume preview we need to add couple of things. So first thing and very important will come personal detail. Then we want the next is summary, then professional experience. After that we have the educational detail, and the last will add skills. Okay, so obviously for each of them we'll create a component and we'll keep organized. Another important thing we need to do is to create the context. So whenever from the form section we type something, we have to make sure it will reflect immediately on the preview section, right? And in order to connect these two child component with the parent component, we need to create a context so that we can share a data between different components. So for that one, let's go to the source folder and let's create a new folder called context. Inside this context, I'm going to create a new context. We'll say resume info context.jsx. Now in order to create context, it's quite easy. Just write export constant resume info context is equal to create context, and make sure this create context is importing from the React, and initially I will add it as a null and save it. Now this context will help you to share this any state between the component in which you added you wrap the provider. Okay, so let me show you how. Now let's go to this, maybe we can let's go to this index.jsx where we have this form section and resume section, right? Now whatever we written inside the form section, we have to make sure we will pass that information to the resume preview component, right? So what we can do, we'll wrap the resume info context over here inside the provider. Okay, so this is how you need to wrap it. Okay, and here we need to provide the initial value for this provider. So we'll define that value. So here we'll say constant resume info comma set resume info is equal to use state. Okay, and I will remove this one for now. And obviously initially I will just add a dummy data from this dummy file. Okay, from this particular information I'm adding over here, and save it. Remember, right now we are just adding a dummy resume preview. Okay, now once we add this one, now this particular resume info can accessible inside the form section and inside the resume preview section as well. Okay, now if I go to this resume preview here, in order to access that context you have to write constant. Then remember, make sure to start with the curly braces because you are accessing the context. Here you need to give the same name. So set resume info is equal to use context. Okay, and inside the use context you have to provide the context name, and that's all. Now you are ready to use this context state, sorry. Now here for the personal detail, I'm going to create a new component to preview to add the personal preview, right? So inside this component folder again, I'm going to create a preview folder so that we can keep all the preview files in this. So I will just rename the file name with the small p, and inside that we'll say personal detail preview CSS. Now add the default template and then save it. Now simply here we can add personal detail preview. To this personal detail preview, I am going to set resume info as resume info. So this information I send or I want to share with this component. Now inside this personal detail preview, accept it as a prop like this and then save it. Next, let's implement. So first thing here, I'm going to add a h2 tag, and inside this h2 tag we'll just say resume info dot first name and space again resume info dot last name. If I save this one, you will see, okay, so make sure you will give the question mark, okay, like this, and let me refresh the screen. So let's make sure you add it over here. It's not showing because we forgot. Okay, so if I go to this index, right, here we provide the value, but we need to pass this resume info comma set resume info. This particular state value we need to pass, okay, so that if you see now we got the result. Okay, so make sure to add that one. Now if I go to this resume personal detail preview where we have this first name, the last name, save this one, and then if I go over here you will see the first name and last name. Okay, perfect. Now for this resume preview, okay, I'm going to add the styling for this div. So let's add class name. We'll add a shadow first, we'll say large, then we'll add a height to be full, and we'll add padding to 14. Okay, so this is how it will look like. Then we'll add a border top to 20 pixel. Okay, and save it. Perfect. Now one more important thing over here, inside the dummy I also added the theme color, right? Now we're gonna give option to user to select the color for your resume. Okay, right now if you see inside this dummy information we have this theme color. So in order to add theme color, there are two ways. You can dynamically add inside this class name, or simply you can add a style and just say border color, which is this resume info dot border color, the theme color, and save it. If I go back, you will see the default the dummy theme color like this. Perfect. Now again go back to personal detail and let's implement other things. Now for this h2 I'm going to add a class name. We'll add a font bold, text Excel, and text to be in the center. Next we need to add another h2 tag for the job title. Okay, so here we'll say resume info dot job title, and for this h2 we'll add a class name, text to be in the center, text small, and font medium. Let's see how it looks. See, now for this h2 tag and this one as well, I'm going to add a style. So here we'll say style, the color, we got text color, and it's a dynamic, so resume info dot theme color. Okay, so this theme color we're gonna give to all of them. Same thing I will copy to this h2 tag and save it. Okay, I don't know whether we need to do it for, okay, we'll keep this, we will not apply to this resume job title. Then we want to add h2 tag for the I think this is for the address. So resume info dot address, let's add a class name for this one, so text to be in the center, then font normal, and text XS. Perfect. For this one we're gonna add a style. Now next we're gonna add a div. Inside div I will add a h2 tag, the first for the resume info dot phone, and another h2 tag I will add for the email. Now for this h2 tag we'll add a class name, we'll add a font normal, text, access. And also I'm going to add a style, so similar style I will just copy for the text color, and I will copy everything for the email as well. Now for this div I will add a class name, make it flex, justify between. If I go here, this is how it will look like. Okay, and save it. Now after that we're gonna add a simple horizontal line. Okay, again for this line I'm going to add a class name. We'll add a border of let's say 1.5 pixel and margin y to 2. Then for the style, let's add a style, and we'll add a border color as resume info dot theme color, and save it. Now if I go back, you will see this beautiful border. Okay, perfect. Next, if I go to the resume preview, we have this summary section. Okay, so let's add that summary section as well. So inside the preview I will add a new file called Summery preview.jsx, add the default template, and simply here I will add summary preview. For this summary preview, let's pass this resume info as the resume info and save it. Now if I go to this summary preview, it's quite straightforward. So let's add a p tag only, and here I'm gonna add, let's add resume info first over here, and then resume info dot summary. Okay, here I will add a class name, text to be XS, the extra small, and if I go over here, see how beautiful it looks. Okay, so that's how we can add. Obviously this summary also mentioned in our dummy information. So if you see, we have this the summary placeholder. Let's save this one. Next thing we need to add is professional experience. Right now, this for the professional experience, if you observe, it's a list of array, right? And inside that, let's say in this case we have this two experience mentioned, right? So let's add that one. So first we need to add a new component for the professional experience preview. Just we can say experience preview instead of write professional and all. Experience preview, add the default template, and then over here we just import this experience preview. To this experience preview we will pass the resume information, and over here we'll accept this resume info first and save it. Then for this div we'll add a class name, margin on vertical axis as a 6 from the top and bottom. Then I will add h2 tag. Inside this h2 tag I will simply write professional experience. Then for this h2 tag, let's add some style. So class name we will say text to be in the center, font bold, text here we'll say small, oh sorry, okay, let's say small, and margin bottom to 2. Now for this I will add the color, so I will add a style for the to add the dynamic color. So and here we'll say color is a resume info dot theme color, and save it. If I go back, this is how it will look like. Okay, let me tell you one more important thing. Now many times we define this style separately because we have the dynamic color, right? But if you want to define over here, you can just wrap this inside the curly braces, then this tag is this, and remove this single quote. Now inside here you can just apply dollar, or you can just, and then you can mention it here, but for now we'll keep as it is. Okay, I don't know why it's and save it. Next let's save and make sure it's coming up. That's good. After this one I'm going to add horizontal line. For this horizontal line we'll add a style and we'll just say border color will be the resume info dot theme color, something like this. Okay, now we need to show the professional experience, and for that one we need to iterate the experience list. Okay, so here we'll just say map experience comma index and the arrow function. Now inside this div, first let's add the key at the index, and here we'll add a h2 tag for the experience title. So here we'll simply say experience dot title, make sure it's printing on the screen. Okay, so we have the error that cannot read the property undefined. So let's make sure this experience correctly. Yeah, now if you see we have these two job title, then another h2 tag for the experience company name. So here we'll say experience dot company name comma, then we'll say experience dot city, and then experience dot state. Let me bring this down, and then inside the span tag I want to show when user started and when ended. Right here we'll add experience dot start date, and I will check if experience dot, if you see inside the dummy we have one option. Let me go over here, that currently working. Okay, if it's either currently working, then I will just say present as a text, otherwise I will show experience dot end date. Okay, let's save this one. If you see, everything is showing on the screen. Now let's apply some styling. So first thing, for the title we'll apply the style. So let me add a class name. Here we'll say text small, font bold. Then for this experience and all, we'll add a style. First let's add a class name, not style. So class name text access, then flex and justify between, so that it will go on the right hand side. See, after this one not here, but after this h2 tag we'll add a p tag. We'll add a class name to this one, and inside that we'll write experience dot work summary. Okay, and for this one we'll write text access margin y to 2 and save it. See, okay, for this div, okay, I'm going to add class name margin y to 5, so we have a beautiful space like this. See, now obviously this we need to add a point wise, but that we can add the later on. We need to add a rich text. Right now we just added the paragraph, but we can edit it later on once we implement the form section as well. Okay, and this is how experience will preview is ready. Now obviously if you have 4-5 experience, you can add it inside this list and it will show it to you. But again, this is just a dummy data. Okay, we did not started implementing the actual form, so that it will reflect it on the preview section. Next thing, we need to implement the educational. So for this educational preview, let's create a component. We'll add a default template, and here I will add this educational preview component. Here I will say resume info as a resume info and save it. Now for this educational preview, right, the text and that horizontal line will be same, so I will just copy it from here. I will copy this div until this point, and here I will just replace education. and then save it. Now for this education, if you go back, okay, so resume info is not defined. Let's define this resume info because we already passed it, right? And if you see, now we have this education section. Now for this education section, let me bring this down, and obviously we need to iterate this education section similar like the one we which use for this experience, right? So here we say resume info dot education dot map. Here we say education comma index, the arrow function. Inside that we'll add a div key as an index, and obviously here I will add a class name margin y to 5, and h2 tag will add for the university name. So simply here we'll say education dot university name. So let me go back to this education, and here we have the university name. Then another h2 tag for the education degree. So here we'll say education dot degree. Here we'll say in, and then we have the education dot major, okay, in which user did this. Here we'll say major education, right? So that one. And here we'll say span tag. Inside this span tag, just simply add education dot start date, okay, and save it. Obviously we need to add end date as well, end date, and save it, right? If I go back here, you will see start date, end date, but obviously we need to give some style to this one. So for this h2 we'll add a style, not style, their class name it means. So class name will be text, small, font, bold. For this h2 we'll add a class name text, access, flex, justify, between, and let's save this one. So this is how it will look like. That's beautiful. We need to add some educational summary as well, okay, so we can call it as a description. So here we'll just add education dot description. So add a class name, we'll add text access, margin y to 2, something like this. Now for this title, right, which is in the bold, let's give the theme color to that one. So over here, let's say for the university, right, we'll add a style. Here we'll simply add a color, and we'll say resume info dot theme color, okay. If I go over here, if you see how beautiful it's looking, right, so it matches with the theme. Same thing I will do for this experience preview as well. So let's add it here and save it. Perfect. So it highlighted, right, the full stack developer, front end developer, the university name, and all of these things. Next important thing we want to show it on the screen is the skills, okay, and that's very interesting part. So for the skill, let's add a skill preview component, skills preview dot jsx, add the default template, and then here we'll add a skill preview component with this resume info as a resume info, and the tag, and inside the skill preview we'll accept it as a resume info. Obviously the title and all it will be similar, so I will just copy this one, and then I will paste it here with this div tag. And then for the skill preview we need to iterate the skill. If you see inside our dummy information, under the skills we have the name of the skill and the rating, okay, which we're gonna show in the form of a bar or progress bar, right? So let's go back to our skill preview again, and inside here we'll simply add a div. Now inside this we'll add a resume info dot skills dot map. Here we'll say skill comma index, the arrow function, I will add a div with a key as the index, and inside the div now we need to show h2 tag with the skill name. So here we'll say skill dot name. Here I'm going to go style, not style, the class name, actually the class name, with the text as access and save it. See, now we want to divide into two column. Okay, but before that, let's add the progress bar. So we'll create our own progress bar. Okay, so we'll add div first with the height. So I will add a height of 2. We'll add a background color of gray, let's say 200, and then we'll add a width of 120 pixel. Now for this div, there is another div. Now this div will show the actual progress. Okay, so here we add a class name. Height I will show as the height of 2. But here I'm gonna add a style because I want to show the background color. So here we'll say background color as the resume info dot theme color, and then width will show skill dot rating, and we want to show in the percentage format. So I will just add percentage sign like this, and then we have this div, this to tag. Let's save it, and this is how it will look like, right? For the React we have around 80%, React need to 100%. Okay, now we need to bring this in one line. So for this div, let's add a class name, make it flex, item to be in the center, and we'll go gap of, let's say not gap, but we'll justify between. Okay, something like this. But for this div we'll change it into the grid. So we'll say grid column 2, and here we'll give gap of 5, not gap of 5, let's say gap of 3 only, and margin y to 4. See, and how beautiful it's looking, right? It show actual education how much, and with this progress bar it will show visual effect to your resume. Okay, and that's all for this preview. Obviously you have more option to add more fields, more option like certificates and many other things. Okay, it's up to you, but this is the basic thing that I wanted to show, the basic information for the resume which is required. Now many of the things when you writing the form we are generating from the AI, right? Like the summary, if you enter the title, it will generate the summary, these particular points and lot of other things. Now we are going to implement the forms for our resumes. So if you see in this mockup, on the left hand side, we're gonna divide all our forms into a different number of different forms. On the top, we're gonna show option to select the theme colors that we'll implement later on, and then we're gonna show a next button once user fill up this form. So in this case, personal detail, he will put the first name, last name, address, and all of this information. Once user click save, this next button will get enabled, and then he will go to the next form where user can fill other details. User can come back to previous screen anytime. Now let's go back to our application, and inside this form section, here we need to add, first thing is personal detail form. Then we need to add the summary. Then we can add personal detail and summary together. It's up to you how you want to add. Then experience. After that we need to add the educational detail, and the skills. So similar way that what we did for the preview section. Okay, now let's create the new folder under the component, and we can call it as a forms. Inside the form, our first form is personal detail. So here we'll say personal detail .jsx. Add the default template, and then import this personal detail form over here like this, and then save it. Next, inside this personal detail, we have to mention the context, right? The resume info context. So set resume, it's is equal to use context, and the context name is resume info context. here I will add the div, the empty div, and now inside this div let's add the h2 tag. Here we can say personal detail, the heading, and then I want to give the some subheading. We'll say get started with the basic information. Now for this div I'm going to add a class name. Let's add padding of 5. We'll add shadow large, rounded large. Then the border top color I'm going to make it as a primary, and border of top is of width 4, and then we'll use also margin top to 10. Now for this h2 tag, let's add a class name. We'll say font bold text large, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, this is how it will look like. Before that one, I forgot to add these 2 buttons. So if I go over here, the theme button and the next and the previous screen button. Okay, let's add that logic first. So that we need to add inside this form section. Okay, so inside this div, simply let's add one more div. Inside this div, the first button is the theme, we can say, and then I will add div with these 2 button. One is for the next, so here we'll say next, then we'll add a right arrow, something like this. Then for this one we'll add a class name. We'll make flex gap of 2. The size I will keep it small. Let me bring this down and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see these 2 buttons. Okay, one is the theme button. So for this theme, let's add the variant as a outline. For this theme, I'm going to add the icon. So here we'll say layout grid icon, something like this. Again, I'm going to mention size as a small, and class name will make it flex and gap of 2. Let me bring this down and save it. Okay, so we have theme and next button. Now let's put this in one line. So for this div, we can add class name flex, justify between, and make sure its item to be in the center, something like this. Okay, now once I click next, right, we have to maintain one index. So here we'll say constant, we'll say active form index comma set active form index is equal to use state. Initially the active form index, we can mention it as a 1. Now we want to show the previous button only when it will go to the next form, right? Means index is more than 2 or say more than 1, then we can show the previous or back button. So here we'll add a condition. If active index form index is greater than 1, then we want to show a button. In this button, we'll just add the previous arrow, something like a left arrow, this one, arrow left. And again, for this one, I will add a class name flex. We don't need a class name, just we'll add the size as a small and save it. So right now, if I make this index 2, you will see this button. Oh, let me refresh it. So active index is greater than 1, then show this button. Okay, let me put this down. So here actually we have to make sure it's a state, so we have to define state like this. Now if I make this 2, you will see the previous button. Okay, and make them as a flex, and also we'll give gap of 2. Okay, some distance like this. So next and previous button. Okay, and on the click of this next, we'll simply add on click, and here we'll set the active form index is equal to active form index plus 1, and for the previous also I'm going to add on click event for the previous button, but in that case I'm going to do -1. Okay, so if you see, if I click previous button, it go to -1. It means the active index is 1, and like this. Okay, perfect. Now depends on the which one is the active index and what we have to add like this. So active index is equal to 1, then show this personal detail, otherwise show null. Okay, so obviously next will be a summary, experience, and likewise. Let's save this one, go back to our application, and if I click next, see, we don't have form yet assigned, but for the first index we have this personal detail form. Now let's go to the personal detail again, and inside this personal detail form we need to add some form information. So here we say form. Inside the form we'll add a div, and we need to divide this into two grid. So we'll say grid column 2, margin top to 5, and we'll add a gap of 3 as well. So inside this div we'll add a div, we'll say label. The label will be first name and the input tag. So we need to add, okay, we already have the input field, that's good. And to this input field we can add we don't need to add a placeholder because we are already showing the label. Here we need to give the name, first name, and for this label we'll add a class name, take small, and this is how it will look like. Okay, also for this input I'm going to add on change method. So here we'll say on change, and we'll connect to the new method. So here we'll say constant handle input change. Okay, it will take the event e, and then here just simply add handle input change. That's all. Okay, so and I will make this field as a required. So that's the only thing you need to write, just mention it as a required. Now we'll copy this couple of times. The second is for the last name. Here we'll say last name. Then we want to add the address. Okay, the another thing, not address, let's add job title first. So job title, and for this job title I want the width to be completely full. So for this div you can just mention class name column span 2, and if you see now this job title has a full width. Here just mention job title, everything is good. Let's paste it here. Again here I will mention it as an address. I want this as a full, so here we make column span 2. Column span 2 means it we are telling to our class through this Tailwind CSS that you can get the out of means just assign the 2 column for this div. Obviously we only have the maximum 2 column, and that all 2 column is assigned to that particular div tag. After this we need to add phone and email. So one for the phone and one for the email. Obviously here make sure that name ID is different, and save it. Now if I go back to our application you will see all the fields. The last is the submit the save button. So here I will add a div. Inside that we'll add a button tag, and we'll simply say save. Okay, now let's add a class name. We want margin top to 3, and we want make it flex, and we'll make it justify end, so we'll be on the right hand side like this. Now this button is of type, so here we'll say type is equal to submit. Okay, as we are using form, so for this form we'll add on submit method, and here we'll just simply add handle submit method. Okay, so or we can say just on save. Now over here we'll define on save method. It will take the event e and save it. Now here is the thing, if I try to save this one, see it asking you to fill out this detail because we mark it as a required field. See over here. Okay, so that's the reason. Now if I fill this detail, let's say Harry Potter, and mark it save, see everywhere you need to we added the required field, right? So that's the reason it's showing that particular what will say warning message. Okay, now if I click save, you will see it get refreshed automatically and some field get added over here, right? And that's what we don't need it. So the question is how to fix this issue. So in order to fix it, um, on the on this submit method, right, where we have this on save, it has an event here. You just need to add e dot prevent default. Okay, and now on the save, your screen will not get refresh. Okay, and that's all. Now next important thing we need to do is whenever the input change, we have to make sure we'll update this context text state. Okay, so first thing, obviously for this input change we passing the event. So here we'll simply add constant name comma value, because this event from this event we'll get the name and value using event e dot target. Okay, so in from this target we destructurize the name and the value, and we'll set the resume information be the previous all the resume info. So we put the previous information with the new information, so name and the value. Okay, and that's all. Now let's save this one and let's test this out. So for now, if I keep enter something like tube guruji, and if you see immediately on the right hand side it change on real time. Okay, not only that, but it will change all of these things. See, full stack developer, or we can add the address, you can add the phone number, you can add the example, and lot other things. See, and now on the click of the save, now it will be successful because we all fill the all the details, right? And now on the save button we have to make sure this next button will get enabled, otherwise it will be a deactivate, okay, or disable one. So next thing, just inside this form section I'm gonna create one more state where we'll say enable next comma set enable next is equal to use state. Initially it will be false. Now for this next button where we have over here, we'll put a disable value. If enable next is not true, then disable this value. Okay, but from this personal detail we need to get enable next and the value from it, and we'll set the enable next value to the value which we are passing from this personal detail. Okay, now this value we pass from the personal detail on the click of save. So here we'll just simply, let me copy this, and here just simply say it as a true. But when user change something, we have to make sure it is false. So here we'll set the next, what is the, okay, let me first paste it here, and then here we can just simply make it false and save it. Okay, now if I go back right now, if you see the next is disabled. Okay, now if I type something, okay, see I'm typing some information and the email address as well, and then click save, then only it's enable it, right? But if I made some changes, see it disabled because it's telling that you have to save it first because you made some changes, and only on the save it should enable it. Obviously we need to implement the on save method where it actually save our data inside our database, which is from the inside the Strapi backend. Okay, so that's what we are going to see now. But I hope you understand until this point that how we added this personal detail form, and how we are controlling with the help of simple form with the help of form fields and all of them. Okay, so now let's go back to the Strapi and then go to the content manager where I have this user resume. Okay, not content manager, the where is the content, they recently changed a lot of things. Okay, So this is the one which is the content type builder, and inside the user resume you have to add some few fields now. Okay, obviously one by one, as soon as we complete the form, we can add that field over here. The first field is first name, okay, which will be a short text, that's fine. Then we have the last name, and make sure the field name that you give will matches with this one. Okay, and not only that, but inside the dummy data, right, whatever the field name we added, make sure it matches. Then okay, so what we added, I don't know, yeah, then we need to add the last name we added, first name we added, then the address, the job title, then we need to add the phone, email. I think that's first name, last name, address, job title, phone, and email. Okay, now let's save this one. And now if you see, it's reloaded the Strapi admin panel and is ready to use. Now if I go to this content manager inside the update resume, and if I open any of this one, you will see that new field get added over here. Okay, perfect. Now if I go back and go to the, okay, so we are in the admin section. Okay, here we need to get, now go to the global API, and inside here we need to create a new API endpoint to update the existing record. Okay, so here we'll say constant update resume detail. Here we'll say data, then Axios client dot update, sorry, not update, but it has a put method obviously, and then the same what we call it as a API endpoint. Okay, now here we need to tell to the API that which record you need to update. Okay, so if I go to this Strapi documentation, here you will see the update entry. Okay, now in order to update it, you need to make a put request, and then you need to pass the data which you want to update. But here, along with the API endpoint, you need to pass the record ID. When we say the record ID, which is nothing but this particular ID. Okay, but right now we are passing this resume ID to our parameter. Okay, so instead of passing this resume ID, we can pass the ID of the actual record. Okay, so let's do that one. So if I go back, let's make that change quickly. So inside the index, right, where we have the resume card item, let's go inside there. Instead of this resume ID, we can just pass the ID. Okay, let's save this one and let's test this out. So I will go to the dashboard first, and let's click on this one, and if you see, we have this 4 now ID. If I click another one, you will see the 6 ID. Okay, so that's how you can pass the ID. And now obviously this ID we are already getting. So inside our this use, with the help of use param, that ID we are already fetching it. Okay, so we can use that one, that particular ID. Now I think we can also use that ID directly inside the personal detail. Let me check quickly. So here we can mention it, and let's mention inside the use effect. So let me say use effect, and let console it params. So if I go back, so it's saying use param not defined. Make sure to import the use param. If I go to the inspect, we are supposed to get the ID 4. If you see, we have this resume ID as a 4. That's perfect. Now we have this resume ID, so that ID we need to pass here. Here we'll just say ID, and along with the data we need to pass ID, and then we'll pass the, or here only we can set the data. Okay, now make sure to export this update resume detail. Now one more important thing inside this resume card item. Okay, here we pass the resume.id. So instead of resume.id, we need to pass a document ID. Okay. The question is how to where and how can we decide whether it is a document ID or ID, right? So if you go to this Strapi documentation, right, at the top there is a new documentation for the Strapi 5. Okay, so there is a link. Click on this link and then you will jump on this particular page. Now over here inside the REST API, okay, here you have the get all the documents, and inside this document, right, whether we already fed the documents, correct? So inside the document you will find these of the some of the field that newly added, like ID, the document ID, and all other fields. Okay, so that's how we can get this ID. So this is the resume card item. If you remember, if I go to this dashboard, right, so this item we added, right? So now on the click of this one, you will see the unique ID. Okay, so we don't need the resume ID anymore because they added newly this document ID, which is the unique, and this document ID obviously we're going to use it. Now let's go back as we already implement this global APIs endpoint, right? And here we pass the ID and the data. Okay, now let's go to the personal detail where we have this on save method, and now over here I'm going to call global API dot update resume detail. Here we need to pass ID. Now this ID we can get it from this use param, so just use this param, and in order to get it you just need to add params dot resume ID. Okay, comma data obviously we need to pass, then and the response. Now inside the data, so here we'll say constant data. Inside that we need to pass data. Now we cannot pass this resume information because it also have the other information which we cannot that field is not there, right? So what we can do, we can simply write the form data comma set form data is equal to use state, and similar like this set resume info, we also set the form data, but with the only field which is for this particular form. Okay, not any other field. And here we'll just simply say form data comma name and the value. Now this form data we will attach to this data object so that we can pass it. Here if you think the response is successful, let's return the response, and then we'll enable the next button as a true. Okay, also we'll maintain the state, so constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state. Initially it will be a false, and when the information saved successful, we'll set the loading as a false, and when user click on save, we'll set the loading as a true. And whenever we get any error, for example, then we'll set the loading as a false. Now at the bottom here we can write, we'll disable this button when we are saving the information. It means the loading is true, we'll disable the button. If the loading is true, then we can show the loader icon, otherwise we'll show the save button. And for this loading we will add a class name animate spin and save it. If I go back to our application, let's test this out. Now along with this ID we need to save the information, so let's add some information. And the email we will add, and then click save. So right now I don't know, nothing has happened really. So okay, so we forgot to save it, so let's save this one. Okay, so now we got error because we forgot to save, but the error is because this import statement is not, the path is not correct. So let's give the correct path, let's save it, and then we'll fill it the details again. And here I fill all the details and then click save. If you see, we got this beautiful loading indicator, but somehow it's not spinning, so it need to be animate spin only. Okay, if I save it, see, now it's spinning. And now if I go back to our application, let me refresh this document, which is the same document if you see, and boom, if you see, we have the first name, last name, address, job title, phone, and email. It means everything is there. And on the right hand side in the preview as well, you will see all of this information, right? Now as soon as you save it and the data is saved, we can show some kind of toast message. So if I go to the shared CN, and inside the shared CN we have this toast, you can implement this toast as well, or you can implement the sonar as well. Okay, so in the sonar as well, they have beautiful toast message. So copy this component, first install this, then you have to add this toaster inside the root layout. So go to the app.jsx file, or let's go to the app.jsx file and just add it here, called toaster. Save this, and then you have to just call this toast. So if I go to the personal detail, and inside this one you can say toast, make sure to import this toast, and then here we can say detail updated and save. Now let's test this out. So if I save this one now, you will see this toast message is showing on the screen. Okay, you can even change the color of this toast message. If I go to this toast component, so inside this, let me go to this component UI and sonar, it's called sonar actually. Here you can change the toast message if you want. Okay, so you can change the background color, and there are a lot of things that you can modify it. So that's how you can save it. And once you save it, now you can have option to go to the next page where we need to implement the next form. But I hope you understand until this point how we save it and how we manage everything. Now one more important thing we need to observe here, if I refresh this one, right, and if I go to the next page after filling all the details, right, and save it, I will go to the next, and if I come to the previous, see, the data is not showing because we did not set the default value for this input. So simply for each of this input we need to set the default value, and default value we'll get it from the resume info dot the first name, like this, and if you see, you'll get the default value. Same thing you have to do for all of these inputs. So here will be the last name, job title, then address, phone, email, and I think that's enough. And now if you see, we have all the details. As soon as some, for example, here I updated with the full stack developer React. Okay, I save this one, I go back, go to the next page, come to the previous page, see, it's still there. Okay, so these important things we need to make sure we are saving this information not only on the database but on the UI side as well. Now after the personal detail, we are going to add a new form for the summary. And if I go to our application here, if you see, this is the summary that we want to add it. Okay, so first thing, let's go back to our application, and inside here inside under the form folder, we are going to create a new file called summary.jsx. Add the default template, and then this summary we need to add it. So inside the form section, here we're gonna write a condition: if active index is equal to 2, then we wanted to show the summary. Okay, otherwise we wanted to show null. So we added the summary. I will remove from here, and now if I go back, if I click next, if you see, the text summary is showing on the screen. So let's go to the summary, over here, the similar way we're gonna add the form. So I will just copy this div, this p tag, and I will paste it here. So instead of personal detail, here we'll say summary, and here we'll say add summary for your job title, and this is how it will look like. Now on the right hand side, we can show some kind of button to generate this summary from the AI, but we'll add that. So first thing, inside, after this we'll add a div. Inside div we'll add a label. Let's add div first. Inside that we'll add a label, and we can call it as a add summary, and then we'll add a button. We'll say generate from AI. The class name, I'm going to add it, let's add it border as a primary. Here we'll say text as a primary, and the size I'm going to add as a small, something like this. Okay, and the variant will change. So here we'll change the variant as a outline. Okay, perfect. Now we want this on the right hand side, so simply we'll make class name flex justify between, and then for this div we'll add a class name margin top to 7. Okay, this we want to add at the baseline, so let's add item to be end. Let's see how it looks. Yeah, and then we want to add a text area. So from the ShatCN, ShatCN has the one component called text area like this. So in order to add it, first we have to import this component, and once it import, we'll simply add the text area. If I go over here, if you see, we have this text area. Obviously here we'll say class name margin top to 5, and then save it. Okay, perfect. Now we have this beautiful text area. Now if I write it, we have to make sure it will get update. So here we'll get the resume info, set resume info using this context, which is resume info context, and then in order to save it, right, so here we'll say on change, you say handle input change, and we're gonna write constant handle input change with the event e, or instead of creating meta, because we only have one text area, right, so instead of this one we will just write constant summary comma set summary input, which is summary input is equal to use state, and then here we'll say event set summary event dot target dot value. Okay, and now whenever the summary change, so inside the use effect we'll use the use effect. So here we'll simply add whenever the summary changes, here we'll say summary, then set resume info is dot 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 resume info comma summary for summary. Okay, let's save it and test this out. So if I type something, if you see on the right hand side, it get type. Okay, obviously we forgot to add a button as well, so I will wrap this inside the form first, and then, so I don't know why it's not working. So this form, oh, so this is the form end tag, and over here we'll add a div with a button. We'll say save this button we need to give margin top to 2, flex, and justify at the end. See, like this. And this text area need to be required field, so user need to enter this information, otherwise see we'll get this warning message. And once user enter this information, we need to write on submit method on submit. Here we'll call on save. So this on save method we need to call, so e dot prevent default, something like this. And similar way, once the information is saved, obviously we need to store inside our database. So from the personal detail, I will copy all of this code as it is, and then I will paste it here for the summary, right? So it has the set loading, obviously we'll mention the loading as well, constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state. Initially it's false, so make set loading true. For the data, here we just need to update the summary, right? So here we'll say summary as summary. Okay, so nothing magic here, as simple as that. Then from the params, obviously we need to get the param information. Params is equal to use params. Oh, so this need to be just a constant. Okay, and then we are passing data. Make sure to import this global API. So I will copy this import statement, and I think everything need to be as it is. Enable next, obviously I will return over here, and from the form section I will just copy this same syntax and paste it here. Okay, so if I type something then and save it, let's save this one. I don't know whether I saved it or not. Okay, so I think we forgot to, okay, so we need to add type it as a submit. Okay, then only this this will work. So if I save this one, I don't know what is happening. Make sure everything is correct. So we have this on save method which set the loading as a true. Oh, so we did not disable the button, so that's the reason it's not showing that effect. So here we need to disable loading. I will just copy this save buttons code as well. I think that's good enough. So loader circle is not defined. Wow. So let's import this one. Test summary. Let's save this one. It's look like it's saved, but we don't have that field name, right? So might be we are it will not get saved. So let's add that summary field name first. So inside the resume we need to add, we'll add a long text summary, finish, save it. Now let's try to save it, and if you see it's loading, it's showing the toast message, it's saved. And if I go to this information, if you see we have this summary and it's saved successfully. Okay, so that's how guys, the same way that we did it for the personal detail, we also implemented for this summary. Now obviously we need to give option to generate this content from the AI model, right? And obviously if I click on generate from AI, it should generate from the AI API. Okay, for this one I'm going to add some icon. I don't know which icon should I add over here, so let me go back to the summary page, and here we have this button. Here we'll add brain. So it's look like little bit icon flex gap of 2, and here I will add a class name, height of 4, width of 4. Perfect. And once user click on it, we should generate it. For this button, make sure this the button type we need to mention, because if I go over here, if I try to submit, see it's loading because that on save method get called. So for this button you have to mark as a type as a button. Okay, now if you mention that type, see now it will not do anything. Now on the click of this generate from AI, we're gonna make the AI model called Google Gemini AI. So this API is a free to use, and most important, is developed by Google and is much more advanced than the GPT. Now, whatever the prompt that we pass to this Gemini AI model, when we click on this generate from AI button, then it will generate the result for us, and this result we're going to use inside our summary. Okay, very straightforward. Don't worry, everything will go step by step. So first thing, let's go to this Gemini API, and this is the site called ai.google.dev. So once you open this site, right, you will see that you can generate the Gemini API. So just click on this Gemini API. Here you will see the pricing. Let me tell you about the pricing as well. So right now the Gemini 1.5 Flash is free to use. They already have the free tier, okay? And if you see, they provide a 1 million token per minute and 1500 requests per day, which is I think quite sufficient for you if you are doing some development. You can even use the pro model, but they have a limitation, and the Gemini Pro model also they have, but Flash is much more advanced, okay, than the chat GPT. So I will definitely recommend you. Now just click on this, try it now on a Google AI Studio. Okay, now it will open the AI Studio. Here it's completely free, you don't need any charges. Okay, so you can do how many times you want, you can try it, but only for the API they charge. Now for example, let's write some prompt. So here I will say job title, I'll say full stack React developer. Okay, and here I will say uh, depends on job title, give me summary for my resume. Okay, within 4 to 5 lines, and then click run. But before that, here I will say okay, I think that's enough, and let's say run. Now within a second it will give you a well structured and popular summary. Here it is saying a highly motivated and experienced with full stack React developer with proven track record and blah 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 and all of these things, right? Now if you want, you can edit this one once it get added inside this text area. It's up to you, but I hope you understand how can we generate this one, right? Now if you see here, we have this get code option, right? And obviously select the JavaScript. This is the code already there, and you can just directly use this one. Okay, but before that we need to create this API key. Okay, so right now for the purpose I will just copy this prompt. Okay, and here I will say constant prompt is equal to, I will say paste this prompt. For now I obviously will edit this one, but let's go to this API key. And here if you don't have an API key, generate one. You don't need to connect any billing, anything like this. If you see, it's free of charge. Now I already have API key, so I will copy this existing API key for me. Then go to the environment variable. Over here you need to paste your key. So here we'll say Vite Google AI API key is equal to, and paste the key. Save this one and then go back to the model again. Here if I click on get code, right, you can even get the code over here. So first important thing you need to do is to install this generative AI SDK from the Google. So copy this one, go to your project, and simply inside the terminal paste it here. Okay, so it will install the generative AI model SDK. Then you need to copy all of this code. So I will just copy, so we don't have any history, and yeah, copy until this point. Obviously we want to modify it in a moment. Now once you copy this one, inside this service folder I'm going to create, and here we'll say AI model.js. Okay, now paste the code which you copied. A couple of things, obviously here we need to change, import the environment variable. So in order to import inside this Vite, you have to write import dot meta dot environment dot and the key, like this. Okay, then this API key we already provide here. It defines the which model you want to use. Okay, this is just configuration, we'll keep this as it is. Now over here we don't want this async function. I will remove all of this thing. So let's do one thing, let me remove this and this one as well. Okay, and here I will just export this one. So here it's saying here we can rename this to AI chart session, and then we have this model, start chart, generative config, and all of these things, right? You can add the safety setting if you want to add. Okay, and that's pretty good. Let's save this one. Now once you save it, and now let's go to the summary page. Okay, and here let's make it on save over here. Here I'll make constant generate summary from AI. I will make this as a async. Now here we'll say constant result is equal to, here we'll say await, and then we have to use this AI chart session. So await AI chart session, if you see it is importing from this service AI model, but you have to give a complete path, service/AI model. Okay, and then dot, you have to write send message, and now here we need to send an actual message. So if you see we have this job title and all of this information, right? So simply what I'm going to do, I will keep this, I will remove this one, or simply we can add percentage. Okay, let's add this one, job title. Okay, something like this one, and now use this prompt. I will tell you how to do it. So constant, here we'll say pr prompt is equal to, now use this prompt dot replace, and we want to replace the string called job title. So what we are doing, we are just replacing this information with the job title which user already entered in this personal detail. Okay, now here we can get it from the request in resume info dot job title. Okay, something like this. And obviously this code, if you see the example, right, this is how you can get it. And now in order to get the result, this is simple result that you can get it. So, and this prompt obviously we need to pass over here, so we'll get the proper prompt. I will just console it so that we will not get any error. Then we have the result, and in the result we'll get the text. Now this generates summary prompt from AI, we need to call on the generative AI button. So this is our button. I will say on click, and then we call this generate from AI. Okay, now obviously here I will also set the loading as a true, and once we have the result we'll set the loading as a false. Right now we are just consoling, so we are not setting any value yet, but let's test this out. Now let's test this out. So I will go to the inspect panel, make sure everything is clean, and click generate from AI. If you see the load is loading, it means it's fetching from the AI model. Okay, so until that point we'll get it, and boom, if you see we got this beautiful response. Okay, all of this information, and perfect. But now here we can modify a little bit in the prompt. So if you see I added this prompt called job title depends on summary, give the 4-5 lines of JSON format. We want the result in JSON format, okay, with field experience level, and summary with experience level for fresher, mid level and experience. So it will give you this three option like this, and you can choose whatever you want. Obviously you can edit it later on. Okay, so what we can do, just copy this prompt. I will just copy this one and I will replace it over here. Okay, and now we want in the JSON format. So inside this AI model, you need to update this response MIME type as application slash JSON. So application slash JSON like this, and then save it. Okay, and now let's test this out. So if I save it, go to the inspect panel, console, I will refresh it and just say generate from AI. Now obviously it will take some time, and boom, if you see, now we got the data in the JSON format. Obviously it's we are just consoling, so it might show you like this, but this is the actual result. So this is the experience level, which is freshers, then we have mid level, and then we have the experience level as well. Okay, so that's how you can get it. Now simple thing, what we need to do, we are going to store this in one state. So constant, here we'll say AI generated summary list, comma set AI generated summary list is equal to use state, and simply we are going to use set AI generate summary list. Here we'll say JSON dot parse because this is a string, and then we'll copy this and paste it here. Okay, perfect. If you want, you can just parse this one. Perfect. Now next thing what we need to do, we need to show it below this form. So outside of this form we can show all the options. So here I will add div, then here we'll say suggestion. Now this suggestion will only enable when we have AI generated form list. Okay, here I'll add class name, font bold, text large. Let's see how it looks. So obviously we don't have the data yet, but that's fine. Then we have to use AI generated summary list dot map. Here we'll say item comma index, and then inside the div here we'll say h2 tag, we'll say level, and we'll say item dot, let me get the field name as the experience level, something like this. Okay, and then p tag to show the summary. Here we'll say summary, or you don't need to add that summary, actually just we can just print it out. So item dot summary. Okay, so for this one, class name font bold, margin y to 1, and then we have this beautiful summary. Perfect. Okay, let's test this out. So obviously we need to add some styling and all of these things. So here we'll say generate from AI. Now it's loading. Obviously this load effect we can add it here as well. So here we'll say unexpected white space character after JSON. Okay, so there is some issue in the character, I don't know why. Maybe we need to wrap inside the, let's wrap it inside here like this and save it. Let's talk about the Hostinger, which is one of the cheapest hosting service provider, and you will find a various different plans over here, and it's starting from just 2.99 per month. And most important thing, you can host up to 100 of website. You will get free domain for each of these subscription, and free unlimited emails, unlimited SSL certificate, and lot of different services. Here you can see you have option to buy web hosting, cloud hosting, web hosting, even you have option to buy domain as well. So guys, the link is in the description to get a maximum discount, and just go ahead and select the plan and buy the hosting service provider, because in this course we are going to use this hosting service provider to deploy our application, as well as to create a database as well. Now after the summary, our next form will be the professional experience. Okay, and the most important thing inside the professional experience, that we are going to give an option to add a multiple work experience. It means we are going to add a dynamic form where user can add a unlimited form whether he want, and once it save it, it will save it inside our database. So it's very straightforward. We are going to create form, but on the click we need to create a multiple form. So let's go back to our project, and inside this form I'm going to create a new component called experience.jsx, add the default template and save it. Now inside the form section, let me bring this down. Here I will say active index is equal to 3, then show the experience form. To this experience form, I will also add this enable next, but we will add it later on. For now, and then save it. Now inside the experience form, I'm going to define the experience list comma set experience list is equal to use state, and by default I'm going to add the title, or let's add it here. Here we say constant form field is equal to, and then simply I'm going to add title comma, or not comma, then company name, then city, state, start date, end date, and the last is work summary. Okay, now this field simply I'm going to add inside this use state and save it. Now over here, let's add a form. So I will just copy this heading and title and the div for the beautiful card kind of effect, right? And I will just rename this to professional experience, and here we'll say get started, add your last previous job experience. Let's save this one. Okay, now the here we need to iterate this experience list. Okay, so simply I'm going to add a div. So here we'll add a div. Inside the div we'll add the experience list dot map, and inside that we'll say let's add field comma index, like this. I will just, instead of a field I will just write item. Now inside here we'll add a div. I will add one more div, and then for this div let's add a class name. We'll add a grid and grid column 2. Now one more div for the actual field. So first is label. The first label is a, let's say, position title, TITRE, and then the input field. Now to this input field we need to give the name, which is the title, the position title, and then we need to add on change event. So the to this on change event, it will not like this. So it has an event, and then it has a method handle change, and then we're gonna pass index as well as the event. Okay, so this handle change method, we'll write it over here, constant handle change and then it will take an index and the event. Okay, so whenever user type, we're gonna make sure that we'll capture all of the detail over here. Now here if I save this one, let's go back to our application. This is how it will look like. Let's give margin and padding. Here I will add the class name text access, and for this div let's add a gap of 3. I will also add border padding of 3 and margin y to 5, and we'll make rounded large, something like this. See, then copy this multiple times, one for the position, one for the company name, city, state, start date, end date, and the work summary. So just rename it quickly. So I will pause the video, I will just rename this one by one. Now I added all of this information. Okay, the company name, the city, state, start date, and end date. Now for the start date and end date, I'm going to put the input type as a date. Okay, and for the end date as well, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see now we have the beautiful start date and the end date as well. Okay, perfect. Now obviously we're gonna add the work summary later on, but first we'll do some operation over here. Okay, so let's save everything, and below this div, maybe outside of this, let me check. Yeah, outside of this div I'm going to add one div. So we'll add two button, one for add, here we'll say plus add more experience, and for this button I will add a class name. We'll simply add outline, or not outline, this is a variant actually, so make sure to add a variant outline, and another button to save it. Okay, and I will make div flex and the justify between. If I go back, you will see the save button. I don't know where this where is the outline button. That's weird. Let me see, let me refresh the screen. Okay, so actually we are on the wrong form. So here is saying button is not defined, so make sure to import the button, save it. Next. Yeah, now if you see, we have add more experience and save button. For this add more experience, let's add a class name. Here we'll simply add text primary. Okay, perfect. And now if you see, we have these things. Now another thing, important thing we need to add is the rich text editor. When we see the rich text editor, because in that one we are giving option to user make bold or add the list and all other things. So for that one we are going to just search on the Google React rich text editor, and we are going to use this vsem. I don't know what it called, but yeah, that's what we are going to use. So just search for this React simple vism. I don't know what that called, that's very awkward name. So first thing, you need to install this one. So let's go over here and paste it. And in order to add a rich text editor, because we are going to use a rich text editor multiple places, so it's better to add as a component. So inside the component folder I will add rich text editor.jsx, add the default template, and then we will simply import this rich text editor under this div and save it. Okay, now if you see over here, we have this rich text editor section. Now once you add that one, I will go to this GitHub homepage where you will see how to use it. So simply first thing, you need to wrap inside this edit provider, then this is the editor, and you can add the different toolbar. Okay, let me show you how can we do that. So inside the rich text editor, let's add this edit provider like this. Okay, and make sure to import this edit provider and the editor as well. Now for the value here, we'll say constant value comma set value is equal to use state, and on the change event, okay, so we can here write condition directly. So here we say set value as a event, so it will be e dot target dot value. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, go to the next, and if you see, now we have this beautiful text editor, but we want it complete a full width. So simply for this div, I will add a class name, we'll simply add column span 2. So now it's full width. Now in order to add some option, like let's see in this example, like see bold, italic, underline, the list, right? You can add that one. So here if you see, we have this toolbar section. Okay, if I copy this toolbar, inside this toolbar you can add button, bold, button, italic, right? Let's add it and let's see how it looks. So inside this one I added, make sure to import this toolbar, button bold and button italic, and then save it. Now if I go back and boom, if you see, we got this. If I select this and click bold, you will see our text is bold now. If I say italic, your text is italic now. Okay, so that's how it works. Now add the couple of more, so you can check more default editor. If I click on this one and open it, you will see bunch of more option, right? So we have the separator, button, bold, italic. Let me so we have it, let's add underline, type through, separator, all of this thing. Okay, so I will copy this and paste it here, but you have to make sure you will import each one of them. Okay, so I will just import all of them like this. So button link, button clear, HTML button, separator we already installed, and the button style. Now as soon as I save it, you will see all of this option, right? Now obviously some of them you required, some of them not. So whoever you don't require, you can just remove that one. Okay, so for example, let's say style, code, and these three we don't need it, so we can just remove this. I don't want button clear formatting, so we can remove that one as well. And now if you see, we have all of this beautiful information. Okay, perfect, right? So that's how you can add the rich text editor. Now while we also saving it as a rich text editor. Okay, and I'm going to tell you in the Strapi how can we do that, and while displaying on the screen, that is also very important part, and within one line I will tell you how to do that as well. Okay, but I hope you understand this particular thing. Now one thing, if you observe, if I want to type something like let's say React, Angular, native, okay, and if you want to apply some bullet point or this number point, right, it's not working, right? So let's go back to the React that GitHub repo, and if you see inside the troubleshooting, which is the bottom side, it's saying style issue, no list item bullet, wrong link style, and so on, right? So to fix this issue, just copy this line of code and then go back to your index.csx file, which is the global file, paste it here, save it, and done. And if you see, now you have bullet point, you have this all the option and everything. Okay, so that's how it works. So I hope you understand this particular thing. Next, we need to add more experience logic, and it's very straightforward and quite easy. So let's go back to our application. First thing, inside this experience tab, obviously I'm going to create a new method, constant add new experience, and inside this one we are going to set the experience list. Inside this experience list, we'll add all the previous experience list as it is. Then we want to add the form field. So this particular form field we want to add it. Okay, so that's the reason I define at the top and then save this one. That's all. Now if I go here and click add new experience, okay, so I think we did not attach this add new experience to button. So on click we'll attach this button as well. And now you click on add new experience, boom, if you see the new experience form is generated and is get added. And that's how you can add a multiple form experience or multiple options. Now here we also need to give one option to remove the form. So I will add button over here. So let's add one div, and this button I will keep it inside this, and I will add one more button here. We'll say remove, and that's all. Okay, so this will be a minus. I will make the class name flex gap of 2, and obviously here we'll say remove experience. So we'll make the method remove experience as well. So here we'll say constant remove experience like this. Okay, and make sure everything's good. Let's save this one, go back, and if I click remove, nothing is happening because we did not write logic, but I hope this button is showing on the screen. Now in order to remove the experience, we'll just write set experience list. Then over here we have to write, or not like this, previous, or let's say experience list, then dot 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 experience list. Oh, not like this, wait, the experience list dot slice 0 comma minus 1. Okay, so it will just slice the last element. Let's go back, let's add multiple, and if I want to remove it, see, it's getting removed. Perfect. Okay, so that's how it works. Now I hope you understand how we can dynamically add it, and then if you want you can remove it. Now most important part is to handle the input change. So first we'll define constant new entries is equal to experience list dot slice. Okay, then we have to write constant name comma value is equal to event dot target. So from the event we destructurize the name and value, then we'll say new entries. From that we'll get the index of that particular index and name, then we'll set that value, and simply we'll set the experience list as a new entry. Okay, perfect. So that's how you can do it. Obviously if you want to know or you want to print this out, right, you can just console this one as well inside the use effect. So let's define use effect over here, and here we'll say whenever the experience list change, we'll simply display the experience list, okay, with the value. Now this is for the all the inputs except this particular rich text editor. Okay, now if I go back to the inspect panel, go to the console, and if I type full stack developer, for example, okay, and if you see in the console is printing as a title as a full stack developer. So cool, right? So for a company, let's say Amazon, okay, and here you will see it's printing as Amazon. So that's how you can do it. Here make sure the company name is correct. I feel it, yeah, here it need to be a company name, and make sure at the here as well is a company name. Okay, save it. Next we also want to handle the rich text editor, but rich text editor don't have their own name tag like this, right? So in order to handle that one, first we need to send the value. Whenever the value change, we need to send back to the experience. So here we'll say on, here we'll just say on rich text editor change, okay, and then we'll pass this event. Now simply I will send back to the parent component, and over here we'll get the value, so which will be the event, and then we'll define the method. We can call it as a handle reach text editor, and to this one we'll send the event. Then we'll send the name, which is the work summary, and the last is index. Okay, now let's create this method. And then inside this method we just need to write the same logic which we written over here. Okay, so obviously let's do one by one. So first we define this one, then we'll say, let me copy this one. So, and here make sure it's a event e comma name comma index. Okay, because that's what we pass it, event name and index. Now we have the index, we have the name, and to get the value we'll say e dot target dot value, and then simply we'll set the experience list as a new entry. That's all. Okay, and whenever, as I say, experience list change, we are just printing out. Okay, so let's test this out. So if I update something over here, you will see it's getting printed under the work summary. Now if I change this to bold, you will see the change. See how this print, right? It print in the form of HTML. Okay, next, once we have this information ready, we have to make sure that we will also display it on the preview section, and for that one, obviously, if you remember, we need to add it inside our context. So let's define that context. So constant resume info comma set resume info is equal to use context. Here we'll say resume info context. Okay, and inside the use effect, whenever the experience list change, here we'll set the resume info, and we'll say dot 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 resume info comma in under the experience. So let's go to the dummy ones just to make sure nothing get this experience. Yeah, experience, and here we'll say experience list. Okay, let's save this one and go back to our application. It's saying use context is not defined. I think we forgot to add the use context. So let's make sure to import this one. We already have the use context imported, and resume context imported as well. Save this one. So that's we imported, but here it's a context, so make sure to it's a curly braces. Okay, so this is very, very important. Now go to the next, and if you see, we have the professional experience. And now if I type something, let's say full stack developer, and boom, on the right hand side you will see the change. Here we will say Amazon, the city we will say let's say NC, start date, the end date, and some, let me copy this text for a dummy one and paste it here, and boom. Now obviously, if you see, this is HTML styling, right? If I want to bold it, you can bold it, but here it's not showing that one, right? So question is, how can we render the rich text on the screen? So it's very straightforward. So first let's save everything, and then go to your preview folder where we have the experience preview folder, and inside here, okay, instead of this p tag, I will just comment this out. I'm going to add a div tag. Okay, let's add a simple div tag. Okay, and inside this div tag, I'm going to add a dangerous set inner HTML, and inside this one I will say underscore HTML. If you see, you're getting suggestion as well. Then the experience dot work summary. Okay, so this is what we need to show it, and let's save this one. And if I go back, boom, if you see the change, right? So obviously, if you don't want bold, you can just remove this one. You want italic, it's showing italic. If you want the bold points, something like this, say, it will show the bold points, and likewise. Okay, so that's how it works. Now if I add one more experience and add, let's say, full stack React developer, company I will say, let's say Google, city I will say New York, state New York, the start date, let's say some start date, the end date, and the some information. Let's add some this dummy information. See how beautiful it's looking, right? Everything is there. Now here I think you need to just provide the between this option 2. So if I go to the experience preview, here I will just add 2, start date and end date. Okay, and just make sure everything is good over here. So for the start date you need to mention start date, and for end date you need to mention end date. Okay, so it was a little bit mistake, and I think that's good now. Okay, perfect. Now for this rich text editor, first let's add label and the button in order to generate the summary from the AI. So for that one, let me close all of this tab first, and let's go to this rich text editor tab. Here I'm going to add inside the div, we'll say label, or let's add first div, then we'll add a label as summary. I'll add a class name, we'll say text access, and then we'll add a button. So this button will have brain icon, then we'll say generate from AI, then we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, gap of 2. This brain I'm going to add a class name, height of 2, sorry not 4, width of 4, and the variant I will add this as an outline. The size will change to small. The border will be primary, and the text will be primary, and save it. Now if I go back, you will see this one. Now make sure to bring this in one line. So simply I will add a class name, make it flex, and justify between, something like this. We'll give margin y to 2. Okay, now user click on this generate from AI. Obviously if you remember, we need to send a prompt message with a specific prompt, and for that one this is what I am getting. So I am planning to use this prompt called full stack developer, and the position title I will give, and then this information. Okay, and I'm expecting the only HTML code, but let's see what we are getting. So first I will copy this one, and then we'll write a prompt here, constant prompt is equal to, and paste this prompt. Oops. Something like this. We need to add it here. Okay, and over here instead of full stack developer, I will going to replace this with the position, we'll say position title. Okay, and if you remember, here we'll just replace that word. Okay, now here we'll say constant generate summary from AI. Now first we'll say prompt is equal to prompt dot replace, and we need to replace this particular text called position title along with this curly braces. But here we need to know the which job title, for job title we need to add it, right? So that's an interesting thing. So first thing, I'm going to go to this experience one where we have a rich text editor. Here I'm going to send the index value as an index. Okay, so this is important. Now once you send this index value, so make sure that index value you already defined. And one more important thing I forgot, let's add a key as an index here. Then once you define this index, accept it here as a prop, and then we'll define the context called resume info comma set resume info is equal to use context. Here we'll say resume info context, and from this one we'll just get resume info dot experience of index value, because this index value will get it dot title. Okay, but here we gonna check if this value is there or not. If it's not there, obviously we'll show message please add position title. Okay, and then we'll return empty. Okay, here we'll return empty. Okay, as simple as that. And then this generate summary AI we need to connect with the to this button, and now once we have this one, here we show the error message, then we have this prompt, and after this one we need to connect with the AI. So if you remember, inside the summary we have this particular line of code. I will just copy this and paste it here, so it will okay. So we use await, make this as a async, and then make sure to import this AI chat session. But here we need to give a complete path, because we define this outside of the source folder. You can define this inside the source folder, so you don't need to add this every time. And once we have this prompt, let's add this prompt over here. Then we have the result. I will just paste print the result inside the console and save it. Now let's test this out. So if I try to generate it, let me, I don't know why it's not generating. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me refresh the screen once. Go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and click next here, and let's add job title. We'll say full stack developer. We'll click generate from AI. So it's saying please add position title, because we have to write if not there condition. Okay, and now if I click generate from AI, now obviously it will take some time, and if you see, we got the result. Now once we get this result, we need to send back to the parent component, and also we need to set it to this value field. So here set value, and first we'll need to change this to the JSON response, because if you see it's showing the first element, right? So we'll convert it into a JSON. So here it is constant response is equal to JSON dot parse, and here we'll say result dot response dot text, and then after this one we get the response of the first element. Okay, let me remove this prompt, and also we're gonna add a loading state. So constant loading set loading is equal to use state. Initially it will be a false, but as soon as you just click on this generate, we'll set the loading as a true, and once it finish, we'll set the loading as a false. And for this button we can add the loading effect. So here we'll say loading is true, then we'll add a spinner. So we'll say loader, otherwise we'll show this line of code. We need to add inside the empty tag something like this, and here we'll say any class name animate spin. Let's save it, close over here, and now let's add full stack developer. Here I will remove this one for now and click generate from AI, and if you see, now it's loading, and boom, if you see, we have this text over here. Now here what is happening, it's only showing the first element, and it's an array of list. So instead of putting this JSON response, we'll just put this line of code over here, or let me undo this one. We don't need to parse this. Okay, and we'll simply show the response. Okay, and if you want to replace, we just replace this square bracket with the empty, and again we can add one more replace with this as empty and save it. Now if I go back, let's add full stack front-end developer, click generate from AI, and boom, if you see, we got the result. Now obviously you can now just add a bullet point, and if I click enter, you will see the bullet point getting added on the screen. Okay, likewise. So that's how you can generate the summary for your experience as well. If you want to generate for different one, let's say application developer, the company, let's say Amazon, city, I can put or anything, and here let's say we remove this one and generate from AI, and boom, it generated from AI. You can add these things, you can, if you want, you can update it. Okay, so that's how guys you can generate your content summary for your experience as well. Now similar like experience, we are going to add the educational section as well. So let's go back to our project, and over here inside this form I'm going to create a new component called education.jsx, which will hold the education form. Now obviously inside our form section, here I'm going to add active index is equal to 4, then show the education, otherwise will show null. So let me close all of this tab for now, and if I go to the next page, you will see the education component is getting rendered. Now inside this education, first thing, I will going to copy the same title and heading and the card. So I will just copy this education, this 3 line of code only, and I will paste it here. Simply we change this title to education, and here we will say add your previous educational details, and boom, see. Now similar way that education can be multiple, right? User have option to add multiple educational information. So here we'll say educational list comma set educational list is equal to use state. Now inside this state, by default we are going to add university name. Okay, the default is empty. Then start date, before that we have to add the degree, then major, in which major he did it, so major, then start date, end date, and the description if there is any description is there. Okay, and save it. Now simply here we are going to render that particular list. So inside the div we just simply render the educational, I don't know why it's set to be educational list, educational list dot map. Here we'll say item comma index, the arrow function. Now inside div I'm going to add one more div. So this will actually structure the grid, and this div is for to display the actual item. So here we'll say label. The first label will be university name, and the input component for that one. To this input component we need to give the name as a university name, then on change we'll attach the new method called handle change, and this will pass index and the event. Now let's create a method called handle change, it will accept the index and the event. Perfect. It should be an event and index, event and index. Now obviously we need to copy this multiple times. So I will copy this one for the degree. So this will be a degree. I will name, name as a degree. Then we want a measure. So we'll say measure, in which it's measure. Then we have the start date and end date. So when he completed and all. So simply here we'll add start date as a start date, then end date as a end date, and then we'll add the text area over here. Okay, for the description. So description will be a simple text. So here we'll say description, not mandatory, but just we'll add the description. Okay, and everything is there, looks good to me. Now obviously if I save it, you will see the education over here, right? We'll add a grid. So for this div, we'll add a class name, we'll make it grid column 2. Okay, and obviously we'll give gap of, let's say 2. Let me check how much gap we gave over here. So gap of 3, border, and everything we need to give actually, and save it. Now if you go back here, how it will look like. Now below that I'm going to add div. Okay, and if you remember, we need to add the 2 buttons over here, right? So if you see these 2 buttons, we need to add one to add a new experience and a kind of thing, right? I will just copy this div. Obviously we will rename this one and I will paste it here. So here the name will be add more education and remove. Okay, and here simply for the save, make sure to add this load circle, make sure to add this button as well. And we don't have this add new experience method, so this need to be add new education. We'll call it as education, and here we'll say remove education, and then we'll make sure we will add the on save method as well. Okay, so I will just copy this add new education component first and we'll add it here. Then we want constant remove education, and last is constant on save. Okay, so these 3 method we added over here. Okay, so this need to be a remove component with the capital R, so make sure that one as well. Now on the click of this add new, right, simply if you remember inside the experience, okay, inside the add new, we added this, we just set the experience list with the previous list and the new one. Here as well we'll set the education list as previous education list with the new empty field. So I will just copy this empty field and paste it here. We already have this tag, so we don't need it, and save it. Now if I go back, okay, so with loading is not defined, so let's define that loading state as well. So constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state, and initially make it as a false. Now if I go to the education, you will see that we have this option called add more education. If I click on this one, you will see the new education detail get added. Obviously this button we unfortunately added that incorrect location. We need to we need to remove it from here, and then we'll add it outside of this div. Okay, so now if you see it came down, if I click more, it get added, and on the click of save, obviously everything will get saved. Same thing we have to do it for the remove. So remove will be very straightforward, like this experience, we just need to slice it. Okay, so you can copy this one and inside this remove education, you have to set the education list, and then you have simply slice that education list. Let's save it. Let's test this out. Let me remove this one. See, it's getting removed. Perfect. Then next, let's add the handle change method. So which is quite straightforward. Okay, let's copy the existing one inside from the experience, because we already added that one. Okay, and it's quite similar. So copy this one. Only couple of things we want to change. So this need to be an education list, then and this need to be education list, and that's all, right? Let's save this one. And now inside the on save method, right, we're gonna save it. But whenever if you type it, right now if you see it's not getting rendered, right, then we have to make sure it's getting rendered. So we'll add the use effect, use effect over here, and inside the use effect, whenever the education list get changed, we are going to update our contact. So let's define that contact. So constant resume info comma set resume info is equal to use contact, and inside that we have the resume info context. Now over here we'll simply say set resume info. Inside this one we need to add resume info comma education. So this need to be simply education, and then we need to add the education list. Okay, so make sure in dummy we have the education only, right? So see, and this field we added. Let's save it and then test this out. So right now if I type something, let's say MIT, and if you see it's getting typed as MIT. If I say degree as a master, the major as a computer, and as soon as I type, you will see on the right hand side you are getting that change. Okay, and start date, end date. Little bit I'm going to modify the changes. So for this div I'm going to add a class name. We'll say column span 2. Also the start date will change the type to date. For end date as well we'll change the type to date, and for the text area I'm going to add a class name column span 2, something like this. See, now we have the full width for the university name, then we have degree major side by side, start date, end date, and some description. Okay, perfect. Everything is there, and everything if you see as soon as I write it, it is showing on the screen. Okay, next if I add more more information here, we'll if you type the another educational information, it getting typed. Now another thing we need to do is to save that inside our database. So similar way that we create the component for the experience, we are going to create another component for the education. So click on this create new component, type education, select the name. So we'll create a new one called education only. So let's here we just need to create a click on this create, then just select the any icon over here. Okay, so I don't know which one to select, but let's select this simple one. Okay, so I will select this book one, continue, and now here you need to add all the field which you want. So let's add university name, then we need to add degree major. Make sure the name and what are the field name we gave, the same field name we have to give it here as well. Then start date, end date, and the last is description. Okay, let's finish this one. If you see all of this field get added, save it. Now once it's get added, make sure inside this user resume, similar like this experience, we need to add a new component which we just created called the experience. So make sure to select this use existing component, select the component. Here you can give the name called education. Okay, then select the component which is the education, make sure to select the type as a repeatable component, and then click finish and make sure it's get added. Now just save it. Now just make sure inside our content manager, if you open this user name and then make sure that education field is there. Okay, now here just make sure the name should be similar. Right now for this education I give small e. Now let's go back uh, to our onSave method. Here let's define the constant data first. So inside data we need to add the education and simply we'll connect the educational list. Okay, then we need the document id which we can get it from the params. So let's add a params is equal to use params, and then here just define the global API dot update resume detail. Here we need to show params dot resume id. Then we need to provide the data, then operator because this is promise, and the simple will console the response. Okay, now if the response is true, we'll set the loading as a false, and here we'll set the loading as true. Then if we got any error, we'll set the loading as a false as well. Then as soon as it's updated, we'll toast it and we'll say details updated, and let's add some error toast messages. Here we'll say server error, please try again. Okay, now let's save everything and then test this out. Make sure it's connected to this onSave method. And now if I go back to our application, so make sure in global API we have to define this one. So every time we are getting this error, so make sure to add that one. So better to define that in a source folder. Okay, so service slash global API. So make sure define this service method inside your source folder only. Okay, now if you see nothing is there, let's add a MIT University. If I say degree, I will say master, I will say computer science. Then you can add the start date, let's add end date, some sample description, and then click save. Now if you see it's getting load. Now it's saying detail updated. If I go back, refresh the screen, and then you will see the new education called MIT University get added, right? Let's add one more education. So here we'll say Western Illinois University. Then here we'll say let's say bachelor. Then I will say computer science only, start date. Let's add some random start date and end date and some sample description. Let's click save. So we are storing two educational information. If you see it's showing on the screen as well. Now if I go back, refresh this content, and boom, if you see we got the two educational information. How cool, right? If you want to delete anything from here, let's say remove this one and then click save, it will also update inside your database. So now here you'll see the one we removed and only one education information is available, and that's what also you will see on the resume preview as well. Okay, so that's how you can add the educational detail as well. Similar like a educational and experience form, we are going to add the skill form as well. Only change here, we want to give one input to add the skill name and the rating option, whether user can select the rating from 1 to 5. And for that one, obviously we are going to use a third-party library called React Rating. I will put the link is in the description, so you can check it out. It's very easy to use, but if you never use that one, don't worry, we will go in detail. And obviously we have option to add more skills, and once everything is done, we'll save it similar like the educational and experience. So let's go to this form folder and let's create a new file called skills.jsx. Add the default template, and inside your form section, let's make sure to add active form index as a 5, and then just simply add the education the skills component. Okay, and save it. Now if I go to the next page, you will see the skill component get added. Now inside the skill component, similar like the experience or educational, I will just copy this div in the tag, and I will just rename this one as a skills. Here you will say add your top skills. We will say top professional key skills. Okay, and save it. Now inside here, obviously we need to create the skill list, which will hold the multiple skills list for us. So here we say skills list comma set skills list is equal to use state, the empty one, and inside that the default one I will put name and the rating. Initially I will put it as a 0. Make sure it's inside the array of object and save it. Now here define a div. Inside div we'll simply add the skill list dot map. Here we'll say item comma index, the arrow function, and inside this arrow function we'll add a div. Inside div we'll add another div, and here we'll say label as a name. Here let's add a class name as a text access, and then the input tag with the on change method attached to it, event e, and here we'll simply add handle change. Okay, but in this case we'll change little bit. Here we'll say index, then we'll pass the name, and then we'll pass the value, which is e dot target dot value. Okay, now this handle change, let's copy this one. This method I will create over here, and make sure to accept index, name, and value. Then after this div I want to add this particular component for the rating. So first make sure to import this component. I will keep the link of this particular GitHub library inside the link, so you can try it out. And once you install, make sure to import this component along with this CSS import as well. So just copy this one, paste it here, and then in order to use it, this is the simple example to use it. So here I'll just paste it. We already added, so we don't need to do anything. Over here we just add item dot rating, and on the change I will add this handle change method. So simply here we'll say value, then we'll call this handle change method. So this handle change method has an index. For the name we'll add a rating, and the value is nothing but just a v. Okay, so it will just return the value. Now if I save it, go back to our application, let me go to the educational, you will see beautiful rating get added. If I click on this one, obviously it's right now it's not saying, but if you see we have this beautiful rating option. If you want to change this icon, you can do it. Just go to this documentation, and here you will define how to change this icon as well. Now I'm going to add class name. We'll make it flex, we'll make it justify between, something like this, and along with that I'm going to change the width to maximum width to 120, something like this. I don't know whether we should change the width. Let's add a class name, we'll make width to be full, and I think that's enough. For this div, let's add a border, a rounded corner as a large, padding as a 3, and save it. Perfect, like this. Now below that we have to add the 2 buttons. If you remember, we have to add this particular div which has the add new experience kind of thing, right? Here same thing we need to do for the skill as well. So after this div we'll add this one. Make sure to import this button. This need to be a add new skills, so this method will create it. Then we have the remove skills, add more skill. I will write over here, remove is as it is, and that's good. Make sure to import this load circle as well. Here we need to define the loading. Then you have to create that two method, constant add new skills. Then we have constant remove skills, and then we have last constant on save method. Okay, now inside the add new skill, if you remember, we just need to set skill list, then the previous skill list, and then simply we have to add this name and rating. So we'll just copy it and paste it here. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back and if I click on add more skill, if you see, is get added. Make sure to add a gap. So here I will add gap of 2. Oh, so we have flex, so we don't have gap. Let's add flex, padding y to 2. Oh, still did not add it. Margin bottom to 5. Let's add it 2 and let's see. Yeah, now if you see, we have that distance. Perfect. Now once user add that skills, we have to make sure it gets selected, but before that I want to add the remove field as well. So here we'll simply add set skill list, then we'll add the skill list, the previous skill list. Inside that we have to add skill list dot slice 0 comma -1. I think, make sure that's correct one. Yeah, 0 -1. See, okay, let's save it and test this out. If I remove it, boom, it's get removed. Now we have to add this handle change method. Okay, similar like the experience one or educational one. So I will just copy that one. So here we have this handle change. I will put it inside the skills as well. So in this case we have the index, name and value. Here make sure to add a skill list. Then we don't need this line of code because we are specifically getting that value over here, and then we'll have to add set skill list. Then below this on save I will add the use effect, and inside the use effect, whenever the value change, I have to make sure the skill list is getting updated. Okay, so we have to define that constant resume. This is where resume info comma set resume info is equal to use contact, and here we'll simply add resume info context. Then inside the use effect we'll simply set the resume info, and then make sure to refer this one, yeah, the previous one and then the new one. Okay, so here we'll say resume info comma skills with the skills list. Make sure inside your dummy data you have that skills as the field name. Okay, perfect. Oops, like this. And this need to be this use effect should update it whenever you have the skill list get updated. When this updated, your context will also get updated. Now let's save it here. Let's say I have React, I will add the rating 5, and boom, if you see, as soon as I add it, right, I don't know, yeah, it's saved. See, it gets saved. Okay, if I add more, and here we'll say Angular, and I will add, for example, 4. Let's add MySql, and I will add 5. Okay, but on the right hand side you might wonder why it's showing, even though I select 5, right, it's supposed to fill it, or here I select 4, it's supposed to fill it, because right now we are storing the value as 1 2 3 4 and 5, right? So another thing you can do it, if I go to the skills preview inside here, if you remember, if you have the rating like this, just multiply it by 20. Okay, and then save it, and then you will see the result. See, now if I select the MySql only 2, you will see it changed to 2. If I select 1, it's changed to 1. If I select nothing, it's not allowing me. But if I add new one, right, new one, see, I did not select anything and now it's empty. If I select this 3, see, okay, so that's how you can modify it. So this is about the skills, guys. Now obviously we need to save this information inside our database. So obviously if I go to this Strapi, as you know that we need to create the component for this one. So if I go to this, click on add new component, here I will say skills. Here I need to create one, so I will create a new as a skills. I will select any of this icon, then here we'll say give the name, then add another field, then you guys select the number here if you want, and here we'll say rating, choose format integer, and then finish. So two things are added, save it. Now once it get added inside your update resume, obviously we have to add it here as well as a new component. So select the existing component, then you have to give the skills, the component name as a skills, and make sure the type is repeatable. Click finish and then save it. And now over here it gets saved. Just I will confirm it that this particular component get added inside our content manager as well, and you have option to add it from here as well, right? Now let's go back to the skills where we have this onSave method. Let's define the constant data first. Inside this data we have to add skills as a skills list. Oops, skills list. Then we'll define the global API dot update resume detail. Here we need to define the ID. Now another way that you can restructure ID using this restructure params, and then you can just use params. Okay, so this is another method that you can use it, so you don't need to define the params and then dot params dot id to access that resume ID. And now here you just use resume ID, then provide the data dot, then here we get the response. We console the response. Also we'll set the loading as a false, and whenever this component get on save when click, we have to set the loading as a true. Whenever we get error, so here we'll say error message, that set loading, make it set loading as a false. We'll show the toast message internal, I will say just server error, try again. And over here we'll say toast details updated. Okay, and save it. Now everything look good to me. Just make sure inside the global API you have to give the complete path and save it. Now if I go back to our application, and here I will say for example React, click 5, let's save this one. I just want to make sure at least this is saving, and if you see it's saying detail updated. If I go over here, refresh this particular record, and inside the skill we got the new skill called React. Let's add a couple of more. Here we'll say React Native, I want to give 5, let's say example Angular, let's say 4, let's say Supabase or Strapi we can give as 5. And if I click save, it will get saved. But on the right hand side you will see this education section, how beautifully it's showing with the progress bar. And if I refresh it now, this particular Strapi record, you will see immediately all the information, right? Perfect. So that's how guys you can save the skills as well. The most beautiful part about Strapi that you don't need to create any API, you don't need to manage any database, or you don't need to write any query. Just call the API, that's all, you are ready, right? Perfect. Obviously this field are empty because we did not added anything here, but obviously once you fill the form you will see that all the changes. Now we are going to focus on the dashboard because we completed all the section of the resume, right? But now on the dashboard, when user add any resume, we are showing that resume, and we want to give option to edit that resume as well. Okay, so for that one we are going to use same preview, same forms, everything. Only thing that if user click on that one, we have to fetch the user's form information and update our resume info context, as simple as that. So right now if you see on the screen, I added this beautiful background gradient effect to this each of the card, At the top I added this border and the icon. Now in order to add the gradient, simply from the Tailwind CSS you can just search for the gradient and it will show you how to add this background gradient effect, and it's quite easy. Obviously if you face any issue you can access my source code. So if you see over here I added the background gradient to bottom. Okay, so you can have to right or to top, something like this. I added from top to bottom. Then I added the starting color, which is from start with this pink color. Then via means in between which color do you want, and then the two means the last color, which is blue. Okay, then after that one I also commented this notebook icon and I added the actual image. This image I stored inside the public folder as a cv.png and I added here, and then the result is like this. Okay, perfect. Now any of this, if you click, you will see it jump to this particular edit page. Only thing that we need to do over here is to update our context. So what I'm going to do, let me close all of this tab for now, and whenever we jump to this resume page, which is in on the index.jsx, right, then we are getting this list of resume over here, and inside this resume id where we have this index.jsx. Currently if you see we have this resume info, but we are storing this dummy information, right? So what I'm going to do, inside, make sure you are inside this resume edit slash edits and index. Here we'll fetch get resume info, okay, which we are getting from the actual database, means from the Strapi. And here in order to get it we need to get only the specific record information. So if you want to know how to do it, let's just go to the Strapi and here just search for the get a document. Okay, so if you see this is get a document, so this will help you to fetch only a single document. Okay, so let me go back. If you see get a document, and here is the result. So we have this API endpoint and the ID of the document or document ID to fetch that particular record. Okay, so first thing, inside your global API, here we need to get the ID, get the resume information by using ID. So here we'll say get resume by ID, then we'll pass the ID, and then the Axios client dot get, because this is get operator, and simply we'll use the same endpoints. Okay, and slash, here you need to provide the ID which you pass. Make sure to export this particular API endpoint called get resume by ID so that we can use it anywhere. So let's add the global API dot get resume by ID, and this ID you can get it from the params, or you can destructurize using resume ID and then just pass it as a resume ID, then we'll get the response over here. So we'll just write response.data.data and we'll call this get resume info inside this use effect. Okay, now let's save this one, and then let's go back to make sure that we are getting, oh, again we have that error. Let's add it. Let's save it, and now if you see, if I open any of the resume, make sure to open the inspect panel so you can see the result. If I open any of the resume, let's say open this resume, and boom, if you see we got the all the information. But wait, here if you observe, we got the basic information, right? Let's update a resume, first name, all of this thing, but we did not get any other information. When I say any other information, it means the experience, the education, the skill, and all of this information, right? So question is how to get that all the information and not just the basic information. So for that one, let's go back to a global api.js file, and inside here for this get resume by ID, you just need to add one param, or you need to pass call populate is equal to star. When we say populate is equal to star, it means populate everything from the our record, everything. When we say everything, it will populate all the components and their result as well. Let me show you that one now. So if I go to the inspect panel, go to the console, and if you see, we got this object which contain the experience. See, then we contain education information, and then we contain the skills as well. How cool it is, right? It means we got the all the information. Perfect. Now this information, let me go back to our index.jsx of this resume edit page, which is the edit resume. Here now we need to set the resume info. Yeah, set resume info. I'm just making sure it's correct. And with the response.data. I will also make sure it's not a array of list. Yeah, it's just one object. That's perfect. And then save it. Right now we got one error that cannot read property of undefined reading map. So we got this error when we made some change. It's saying cannot read property undefined and add the experience.preview.jsx. Because if I go to this inspect panel inside the console, here we have this object, and if you see the experience, the field name is start with the e. If you remember, we that made that mistake, so here I will also change this e with the experience for this experience preview, so that we'll access the resume info dot experience. Okay, make sure you will make this change, and now if I refresh it, you will see, you will not see any error. And on the preview, obviously we did not update the person form yet, so just ignore this form. But whatever we added inside our record, everything you will see inside this preview section. Okay, everything, when I say everything, everything is here, right guys? Okay, so for example, obviously for this experience, right, we don't have city, state, and anything, and that's why it's not showing over here. But whatever we store inside database, it will show on the preview. Now the question is, how can we add that default value which is already saved by user inside this personal information, right? Because until this point we were using the dummy information, but now we don't need to use dummy information. So if I go and close this one, so here inside the resume page where we have this edit resume, right? If you see, we by default added dummy, so remove this dummy because that we added for the testing purpose. Now we don't need that one, and here set resume info, I will remove this one as well. Now whenever we get the resume information, it will directly set the value for this resume info. Okay, now if I go back, let me go back and open any of this resume, and boom, you will see all the changes over here. Okay, now just need, you have to make sure along with this one, for example in this case, right, if you see we don't have the default value, correct? So let's add the default value for the professional experience, which it was missing. So I will add the experience in JSX, right? And the only thing that you need to add is the default value. So here we'll say default value is equal to item dot, and over here it's supposed to be a title. Okay, but obviously it will not show you because our experience list is still the empty one. See, if I go back, we added the experience list as an empty one, right? So inside the use effect, so if I go back over here, we'll define a new use effect at the top. Maybe we can define after the state, because this experience is a dynamic one, right? That's the reason it is not rendering as before the previous one. Now over here, whenever the resume info is updated, then, or it's available, then we'll simply, here we can write a condition resume info is available, then set the experience list as a resume info dot experience. Okay, if I save this one, you will see the position title is now showing. Okay, now obviously you also need to attach the default value for each of them. So I will just copy this one, and here this will be a company name. Make sure to add this question mark, because if the value is not there, it will not get filled. Here we'll say city, then we have the state, Then we have date, which is the, I think, start date, and end date. Okay, and the last, obviously we need to pass the summary as well. So here we'll say default value as a item dot, I don't know the name, okay, work summary, that's called work summary. So the work summary. Okay, let's save it. Obviously I will go to the text, rich text editor. Over here we'll say default value, and this default value we need to set it to our this value. Okay, so right now if you see we have this dummy information, I will remove this one and simply we'll set the default value. Okay, and boom, if you see everything is there. Right now this state and city is not saved. Here we will, if I save the city and the state, and obviously we'll try to save the date as well, and everything's good. Let's save this one. So right now it's not getting saved initially. The reason is let me show you one more important thing. So when we fetch the data, right, if you see inside the experience, when we fetch all the information, it also added the ID, right? And inside our Strapi, we don't have the ID for the experience, right? And that's the reason it gives us the error. Let me show you. If I try to save this one, right, and inside the network tab, you will see we got the 400 error saying invalid key, as which is ID, right? Now to fix this issue, simply whenever we set the data over here, simply you need to add or you need to map it. Okay, like just take out the ID and put the rest of information and then return the rest thing. Okay, now if I save this one and go back and save it over here, you will see you will get the toast message saying detail updated. Okay, it means we remove the ID whenever we want to set this information. Now same thing you need to implement for the education when we save it over here. So on save we have this education, right? Make sure to do that, and for the skills as well. Okay, only inside this data, otherwise you don't need to change anywhere. Now if I save everything, now we are good. And even though if I refresh it, you will see it's getting populated everything over here as well. Okay, now obviously here we don't have summary, that's why it's not showing, but we can generate the summary from the AI model, and boom, if you see the summary is generated. You can obviously modify it according to your need, and then once everything is done, just click save and then it will get saved. See, okay, now same thing you have to implement for the education as well. So let's go to this education section. So okay, so we are right now in, we are done with the experience. Now this is the education one, and here I will define the use effect. Here we'll say resume info. Now whenever the resume info is available, then we'll simply set the educational list as a resume info dot education, right? Let's save this one, go back, let me refresh the screen, and obviously it will not show because obviously we need to define the default value for each of them that inputs. So here we'll simply add that one. Let me bring this down first. Here we'll say default value, which will be the item dot, the first one is the university name, right? Perfect. Then I will copy this for everywhere else. Here we'll say degree, here we'll say major, then here we'll say start date, and the last we'll say end date, and one more thing we have, which is the description. and save it. Now, and now if you see, we got this one. Okay, just make sure to remove this use effect, because otherwise everything can get updated immediately and is getting rendered. Okay, perfect. Next, same thing, you have to do it for the skills as well. So I will copy this use effect. I will go to the skills. Inside the skill, I will add that use effect, and here I will set the skill list with the skills. Okay, and obviously I need to add the default value. So here item rating, that is fine. Here we'll say default value, which is the item dot name. Okay, and what else? Make sure this, oh, this is correct. I make use effect. I think this is good. Let me refresh the screen. Next, 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 and boom. If you see, along with the skill name, the rating is also there. Okay, perfect. So that's how, guys, you can add the or edit, sorry, you can edit your resume. And if you see, we have our resume is now ready. Now let's go back to home screen. So okay, so we don't have option to go to the home screen, right? So we can give some home screen option nearby this theme button. So let me close all of this tab first, then go to this resume, and inside this form section where we have this theme button, I'm going to add a div, and here I will add a class name flex gap of, let's say, 2, so 5, and then here we say button, and just I will add the home icon like this. Let's add this button before this theme button, and here we'll say not on click, but we can just wrap it inside the link from the router DOM. Here we have to say true / dashboard. So on the click of that home button, it will navigate to the home screen. Boom, see? Okay, and then we have all of this information. Now, one more important thing I want to add here, the some kind of icon or some kind of operation where user click on it and will open some drop down to choose the option from whether he want to delete this particular resume, or he want to edit it, or want to preview or download, right? So that what we'll see next. Let's talk about the tubegurji.com, where you will get the exclusive source code from the tubegurji, as well as you will get the exclusive source code for each of that particular course. Also, you can track each course chapter by chapter. Just you need to join it, and here you will see all the chapter over here. You have option to access the source code, the application demo, or even you can watch it on YouTube. Just enroll it over here. The plan is just starting from the $7 per month, and in that one you will get all the source coded for free. So give a try. Now, whenever user fill the skills information and go to the next page, right now we don't have anything, right? We want to redirect user to a completely new screen, which is, we call it as a view screen, where user have option to download the particular resume, or user have option to share the unique URL for that given resume. Okay, also as I say, user can share the unique URL where anyone can see his or her resume. Okay, so in order to implement that one, we have to make sure on the click of this next, the active index we have to obviously maintain, and then depends on that one we will show that particular page. Also on the home screen, as I told you, we want to give option here from their user can download it. So let's go back to your application, and right now I will close all of this tab, and we need to create a new route. Okay, this route will be inside this source directory, and we will just call it as a my resume. Inside that, we are going to add the resume ID. So here we'll say resume ID, or we can get, for now we can call it as a doc ID. Okay, or just better resume ID, and then inside that we'll create a folder called view. Okay, and inside this need to be jsx.jsx, and inside this one I will add a default. Oh, my bad. Don't save. This need to be a folder actually, so I will delete this, and then I will create a folder named view, and inside that we'll create index.jsx file. Okay, so right now we call it as a view resume and save it, and if you see, this will be our new route now. Okay, so obviously here will be a domain.com/myresume, the id /view. Now we have to make sure we will gonna add that particular path inside our routing. Okay, so obviously not under the children, this is a completely new route, so I am going to add it here. So here we say path, here we say /myresume /resume id. Obviously here will be the resume id, so we have to write resume id /view, and for that one we need to attach the element as a view resume. Make sure it's a component like this and save it. Okay, now if I go over here inside our application and search for the view, my resume /some id /view, and then it will redirect you to the view resume. Sounds good, right? Perfect. Now let's go to view resume, and here we have to make sure we're gonna add the header. So let's make sure to add a header. So you will see this beautiful header, because so that it will not change a lot. Then I will just go back here, I will just say view resume. Okay, make sure that this is a view resume page, and then inside our resume id where we have the active index and all, right? So inside the form section, so whenever here I will write if the active index is 6, then we want to redirect it. So again I will add active form index equal to 6, and then simply we will navigate it. Make sure it is importing from the React router DOM, this one, and then here we'll write 2, and then our path name, which is the /myresume / here we need to add the id, because I'm not sure whether we got the id over here or not. So we need to get the resume id is equal to use params, and this resume id we want to fetch it, so we want to show it over here /view. Okay, so my resume id and /view, and save it. Now if I go back and click next, and boom, if you see that id and view, and that I got view resume. Okay, then let me go back to view resume page where we have this header. I don't know why this header is not showing on the screen. Yeah, now it's showing. Let me go back and try it again. So let me open this one. Oh, let me open another one, because this is what we feel completely next, and boom, if you see we have a header, and then we have the view resume option. Perfect. Now under this view resume I want to create one div. Inside this div I will create another div. The one button is for download, so here we'll say button, and here we'll say download, and another button I'll create for a share. Also about this div I will write s2 tag, and here we'll simply say congratulations, I will say just congrats, your ultimate AI generated resume is ready. Here I'll make class name, text to be in the center, I will say text to Excel, font medium. Perfect. Obviously we'll give some margin, so class name margin y to 10. Perfect. And now we have this beautiful image. Also after this one, I'm going to add a p tag. Here we simply say, now you are ready to download your resume and you can share unique URL with your unique resume URL. You can say resume URL with your friends and family. Now for this particular div, I'm going to give a margin x to 2 at 10. When the screen size is medium, we'll give margin x to 20, and when the screen size is large, we'll give margin x to, let's say, 36. Perfect. We'll make this text in center, class name text to be in the center, text, then we'll give text is of gray color, something like this. See, after that, for this div, we'll add class name flex and justify between. I think that's good, but let's give some margin x to 48, 44, and also we'll give margin y to 10. After that, below this one, we want to show the resume preview. So above below this, we'll just say div. Inside that, we can say a resume preview. Now inside this resume preview, if I open this resume preview, you will see that it's shared with the resume information, the context, right? And we did not wrap this particular component inside the context. It's a completely outside one, right? So what we can do, we will simply wrap this complete application inside the resume info context dot provider. Okay, so that's what we need to do over here. Now to this provider, we need to pass the two new, not two, but the resume info. We'll keep the name same, set resume info is equal to use state, like this, and this value we're going to pass it here because we want to share all of this information with the resume preview. Okay, like this. Now another thing, depends on the ID. Okay, so this resume ID, we want to fetch the information first. So here we say constant get resume info, and here we'll simply call global API dot get resume by ID. Obviously, in order to get the resume ID, we'll need to write, we'll destructure it, resume ID is equal to use params, and we'll just pass the resume ID over here dot then and the response. We'll console the response, make sure we are getting all of this information, and then this get resume info, we'll call it inside the use effect whenever this component get load. Okay, so for now I will just comment this code and save it. Okay, make sure to global API. This is quite frustrating, but that's fine. Service/global API. And if I open the spec panel, because we just console the result, we are checking whether we are getting result or not, and obviously our result will be inside the response.data because we are using Axios, right? And now if you see, we got all of this information. Perfect. Now this information we need to save inside this resume info. So just we'll say response.data, and then you can enable this, uncomment this resume preview, and boom, you will see this beautiful preview of your resume. Okay, perfect. Now the question is, how can you download this particular resume? Now there are a lot of SDK you will find in the market, but what we are going to do, if you do the control P or a command P on the iOS, you will see this PDF format. Okay, and we are going to use this particular technique to download our resume PDF, right? So let's do that, and let's see how can we do. So in order to implement this particular feature, simply I'm going to create a new method called constant handle. Here we'll say handle download, and over here we'll simply call window dot print, and boom, now this handle download we can connect to our download button. So here we'll say on click and just connect this handle download. If I go here, click on this one, and boom, it opened this beautiful print, and we got this one. But wait, we don't want this header along, we don't want this button and this text as well. Okay, so the question is, how can we remove that? And it's quite easy. First thing, you need to know which content or which area you want to download. So in this case, we just want to download this resume preview, right? So either you can go here and add ID, or you can simply add one ID over here, and we can call it as a ID is equal to, you say, print area. Okay, and whichever you don't want it, let's say we'll add a div over here, and you don't want this ID or this particular content, it means which include the header as well as this particular div, right? Make sure it's correct. Okay, so this is not the correct one, I want to put this outside. Yeah, now it's correct. Now for this div, right, which contain only this much information, not the resume ID, and here we can attach the ID as a we can say no print kind of thing, right? No print. Okay, and save it. Now interesting part is that we can define the CSS class. So if I go to this index.css, which is the global CSS file, here you can just write add media. So here we write print, and then for the ID no print, we can display as a none, right? And for the printable area, so here we say we don't want and this one, here we say hash print area, and we can display it as a block. Okay, and then save it. Now let's go back and let me refresh the screen and click download. You will see now you don't have that any text, or you don't have any header as well, but still you have this particular date and this name, right? You can also remove this one as well. Let me show you how. So simply here you can add the rate page, and we'll say size as a auto and margin as a 0 mm. Okay, and after that we can add the body as a @media print, or we already defined the print body, so here we only define body as margin 0, oops, then padding as a 0, and box shadow as a none. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. Now if I download it, you will see you don't have that particular line, and exactly it's completely fitting our all the information in the particular page. Perfect, right? Also this is not look good, you can just add little bit, change it, means because we added this printable area to this resume preview, what we can do, we can wrap this inside one div again, or not. I think that's happened because we added this div. So this particular line of code you can add it for this div. No, not this one. Let me undo this one, and you can add it to your new div, or you can add it over here as well. Perfect, see? And now if I download this one, you will see the perfect preview. Still we have some issue, so here I don't know why. Okay, even though you did not add this one, That's fine, it's up to you. But let me add new div over here for this class name. I'm not sure whether this will work or not, but let's see. It works, but it gives some that particular space, right? So that's the reason. I think even though we don't add, that's completely fine. It's up to you, but I will keep as it is. Okay, perfect. Now another thing that we already did it, how to download it, and it's downloading in the PDF format, right? But if you want to share it, for that one I'm going to use this React web share library, okay, which is from the GitHub, which is very popular library. And most important thing, if you see, this is how beautiful they will give suggestion. Let me first install this library. So we'll install this one. After installing, if you scroll down, this is simple example that how can you add that particular component. So you just need to wrap your button inside this rweb share component, this share button. So this is a share button. We add this component, we just need to wrap it, and then make sure to import this rweb share. Here we can add text that hello everyone. Here we can say hello everyone, this is my resume, please open URL to see it. Okay, then we have to add the URL. So our URL will be our domain name. So let me add the domain as well. So here I will say Vite underscore base URL. Okay, right now our base URL is nothing but this particular domain. So we'll add this domain, and then we'll use this base URL, and simply we'll say import dot meta dot env, and that particular variable or environment variable slash my resume slash that particular resume id, which is the plus resume id slash and view. That's it. And then title, we can just add a title something like the user's name resume, right? So we can, don't know whether we have, yeah, we have this information, right? Resume info, so we can use that one. Dot of first name plus resume info dot last name slash resume. I think that's good enough. Okay, and then once it's shared, it will just console it. Let's see how it looks. So I will refresh this one. Okay, stop. So just refresh this one. I restarted it, and if you see, we have this beautiful resume. If I click share, you will see this beautiful option to share it. Right now you can share with a mail, Telegram, and WhatsApp, and many more. But you have an option to copy it. Now I once I copy it, you will see it's get copied, and if I click enter, boom, you will see that your resume is live. Okay, now again, here I have option to download it again for you if you want to, or anyone want to download it. Okay, so that's how you can add the download and the share functionality. Now on the dashboard, I made little bit changes. So if you see on the screen, I added this background color for this text, and then I added these three dots. This is just icon. Okay, so obviously in source code you will find that one. Now on the click of this three dots, right, we want to open the drop down like this. See, if I open this drop down from this is the example from the chat CN, then this drop down should open, and then obviously we should have some option uh, in that particular drop down. So in order to add drop down, first you need to add this particular component inside your application, and then this is the just a simple example. I will just copy this import statement so we can implement at the basic functionality of this drop down, and then we'll copy this one as well. So over here, let me put this down like this, and our drop down menu trigger is nothing but this more vertical menu. So I will remove this open and put it here. Now if I go back to our application and if I click on this one, you will see these beautiful options. Now I don't want this label, so and the separator will remove this one. Here we'll say view, then here we'll say download, you can say here edit, then view, download, and the last we can say delete. See, you can add some icon as well if you want. So for example, if you want to add a pen icon here, you can add pen icon and that icon will get added here. Obviously you can update some size and all. I will keep as it is for now. Next, once you add this one, right, for example, for the edit, we can directly navigate to this particular URL. Okay, so here simply add a constant navigation, we can say, is equal to use navigate. Okay, and here we create a method constant on menu click, and on the click of this one, we can directly pass the URL, okay, or path, whatever we can say, and simply we can navigate it. So here we can have navigation and the URL, as simple as that. Or you can directly call this method instead of defining over here. So simply, let's say for the edit, I'll say on click, and navigation, the URL will be similar like this one. See, I will copy the existing one and save it. Now if I go back and click on this one and click edit, see, it's jumped to that particular page. Okay, then I think we have the view. For the view, if you remember, we need to add on click method here and then paste it. So for the view, we just have the my resume / document id / view. For download, it will be the same, so I will keep the same, and for delete it's little different. Now for delete, I'm going to add a alert box. Right now if you go to the download, I don't know why it's not going to download. Okay, let me check the download is attached. Okay, so we forgot to add this navigation, so make sure to attach this one, otherwise this will not work. Save this one, and now if I go to this click download, see, it jumped to that particular URL. And same thing, if I download, go to the some view, it will be open to that particular URL only. Okay, then next, the delete operation. Now for the delete, we are going to add the alert box. Before deleting, we'll check with the user that do you really want to delete this particular record or not, and then depends on that one. If user say yes, then we will delete it, otherwise we will just cancel it. So for that one, you need to add this alert dialog, and then this particular import statement, and the use case, it means you can copy this alert dialog and bring this over here, and this is our delete, right? So instead of showing the component inside the component, let better define the alert dialog over here. Okay, and I will remove this trigger because we don't want this trigger, but we'll define one state which will open the dialog. Here we'll say open alert, comma set open alert is equal to use state, and initially we'll make it as a false, and this open alert will connect to this to this alert dialog. It has a property called open, and simply we'll connect this open alert. Now if you see, nothing get changed over here because we did not modify anything. But here if I make this as a true, right, and go back, you will see that alert dialog box. Next, for this cancel, I will add on click. Simply we'll set the open dialog as a false. Then we want to open dialog on the click of delete. Here we'll add on click to this one as well. We'll set the open alert dialog as a true and save. Now let me make this as a false for now. Now if I open this one, click delete and boom, right? So that's how it works. Now on the click of continue button, so if I continue, here we'll say on, here we just attach on delete. So this method we're gonna define over here, constant on delete, and for this one we need to call an API. So here we'll first define the global API. Here in order to delete it, it's quite simple. So here define constant delete resume by ID. We need to provide the ID of document ID which you want to delete, then Axios client, then delete. Here we have the delete operator, and then the same endpoint. So it's resumes slash ID. And that's all. And then make sure to export this one and save it. Now here we call global API dot delete resume ID. Here we have the resume ID which we want to pass. So this will be, we'll get it from this resume dot document ID dot then, and then we'll get the response. So for now I will just write the response, and here we can write the toast message saying resume deleted. Okay, as soon as resume deleted, here we can call the method, let's say refresh data. Now this method will pass back to the parent component so that it will refresh the data. Okay, so here we pass back, let me over here from the resume card, and then over here we need to call this get resume list method. So what it will do, it will get the updated resume information, and obviously if deleted one will not show. So let's see if you want to delete this resume, right? Go here, delete it. It will ask you. If you say cancel, it will not delete. But if you say continue, right? Obviously it's taking some time. I'm not sure. Okay, I think we forgot to attach the on delete method. Okay, let me see whether we attach or not. So we attach this method. Okay, so over here we attach, but if you see this particular import statement, so make sure you will add correctly services slash global API. Okay, also just for the sake, I'm going to add the loading state here, constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state. Initially you can make it as a false, and then on the delete we'll set the loading as a true. Once it's done, we'll set the loading as a false. If there is any error, then we'll set the loading as a false, and also make sure over here we'll disable this button. So alert dialog action will disable. I don't know whether disable is there or not. Let me check. Yeah, disable is applicable. So here if the loading is true, then only we will disable this one, and when the loading is in process, then we'll show the loader. So here we'll say loading. If loading is there, we can show a loader. Otherwise we can show continue button, or we can say delete button. That will be meaningful little bit. This one I will add the class name as animate spin and save it. Okay, let me refresh this once. Let me close this, click on delete, set delete, and if you see it's refreshing. Right now obviously we on the background you will see that only one resume is there, but we forgot to close this model. So simply everything is done, we'll set the open alert as a false, and now we are good. Okay, so whenever it's the delete is completed, then it will automatically remove it, and we will get a refresh data. Okay, perfect. So that's how, guys, the delete operation will work, and we have added this beautiful option as well. Now, the one of the most important part is the theme color, and that's what we are going to implement now. So once user select on this theme, we are going to give a different color option to select from, and depends on that one, this particular resume color can change immediately. Okay, so for that one, I'm going to use the one of the library, sorry, one of the component from the shared CN, which is a pop over, which is quite easy. And if you click on this one, you will see this particular kind of dialog, we will get it. So first, let's copy this command in order to add the pop over dialog inside your application. And once it get added, you just need to copy this import statement where you want to import this pop over. So in this case, which is inside this form section, and where we have this button, theme button, right? But I created already one component for the theme color inside our component folder, and it contains different color hex code, okay, which is the array only. And this particular color code I added, you can get it from anywhere, or you can get it from the source code as well. Now inside this, I will add the import statement called pop over, and along with that one, I will add this pop over component example like this. Okay, and save it. Now the from the form section, if you remember, this is our trigger. So I will copy it, I will cut it from here, I will paste it inside this trigger. Make sure to mark it as a child, and once you save this one, you just need to add this theme color component over here, as simple as that, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, so right now it's saying button is not defined inside the theme color. So make sure to import this button component, and let me refresh it. Okay, layout grid is not defined. Okay, so this icon is also not defined, make sure to add that one too, and refresh it. And if I click on this theme, you will see this beautiful pop-up, right? Now on the click of this pop-up, we want to show the colors over here. So it's quite easy. Inside this content, you just need to iterate with these colors. So I will just write colors dot map. Here we'll say item comma index, that's all. And then inside the div, we can add the style. Here also I'm going to add a class name. We'll add a height of 10, width of 10. Okay, and inside the style, we can just add a background as a item. If I save it, you will see these colors, right? Perfect. Obviously 10 is, I think it's much bigger, we can just make it to 5. Then we'll make rounded corner, so we'll make rounded a large or full, it means, so it will look like this, say. Then we want, grid kind of thing. So here I will add a div, we'll wrap the colors inside this div, and for this div we'll add a grid column, let's add a 5. Then we'll add a gap of 3. Perfect. And if you see how beautiful it's looking, right? Now you have a lot of different options to select from. Now if I want to close, you can close. If you want to open, you can open. Here I can give some kind of text message. Here you can say select theme color. We can give some class name, margin bottom to 2. Perfect. Text small and font bold. Yeah, that's look good to me. Also here I can make a cursor pointer, and when I hover on this one, I want to add a border, and we can add a black border black. Okay, so obviously we need to add a border as well. So if I see, it's changed, right? Perfect. Now in order to update it, right here, what we are going to do, if let me check in the form section where we have the we don't have the resume info, like, okay, so let's better we can get the resume information over here. So constant resume info comma set resume info is equal to use state, sorry, not use state, but it's a use context, and then here we'll say resume info context. Now only thing we need to do is to change the resume the theme color inside the resume info context. Okay, so you can create a method constant, here we'll say select on color select, and inside this on color select we'll call this method inside this div, and we'll pass the color name, which is our in this case is item. Here we'll get the color, and simply we'll set the resume info as dot resume info, then the theme color, which is the color. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. So you select the theme, and boom, if you see, as soon as I select, on the right hand side it's changed the color as well. Okay, along with that we need to persist the value of the selected color, right? So that one also we can do it. So we already have the resume information, right? So over here for this class name, in order to add a conditional one, I will wrap it inside the curly braces, this particular tag, and then I will write $sign resume info dot theme color is matches with the current item, then we'll add a border. Okay, so if I select this one, if you see, still did not add it, right? Because resume info is not updating immediately. So here I will write selected color comma set selected color is equal to use state, and here also write selected color as a color, and simply I will use selected color. And we added border along with the border black, and now if you see, it's changed immediately. Here make sure to remove this theme color, and now if you see, it's persist the value. Perfect. And now obviously you have a lot of option here, you can add multiple option if you want. And now if I select this theme color, right, this theme color we need to save it inside our database, correct? So simply we can call global API dot update resume detail. Here we need ID, which is the ID we can get it from the use param, so we can call it as a resume ID obviously. Then we need to pass this resume ID over here, then we need a data. So in this case data we need to define, and just we need to update the theme color as a color, and then the data. Okay, then we'll say then response console.log as a response, and simply we'll toast it as theme color updated. Okay, perfect. Now obviously we need to import this global API, and now if I change this color to the, for example, this red color, right, as soon as I change it, it get applied and it's saying theme color change. Now if I go back to home, you will see the color of this particular theme also get changed immediately, right? Let's change to something like blue, right? Now I change this blue, and now if I go back to the home page, you will see here as well is changed to blue. So that's how you can add the theme color as well. Now for this one, I also added the beautiful landing screen. It's quite simple but attractive. Now it's time to deploy our application on the server. So in order to make this application live on the internet, we need to make sure the two important things. The one, we want to deploy our backend, it means our Strapi, and the second to deploy our application, and both the things we're gonna cover. So first thing, we need to push our code to the GitHub repository. So here I'm going to create a new repo, and here we can call it as a AI resume builder Strapi admin. Okay, and I will make it public and just click create repo. Once the repository is created, you need to copy this git remote origin command and then go to your AI resume admin panel. Here I am going to add a new admin, and simply first I will initialize the git using this git init command. Then I will put this git remote add origin. Then we'll add the all the files which we want to push it. So we're using this git add space add dot command, and then simply we'll give some message. Here will, for example, let's say initial commit, and then in order to push it, as you are pushing the first time, you have to use this command because we are pushing first time, git push underscore u origin main, and if you see your code is pushed to the GitHub repo, and you will see it over here. See, your code is here now. Okay, next we are going to use this renderer as our cloud service provider in order to deploy your Strapi backend application, because Strapi need a dedicated cloud service provider like Heroku, to whoever has the Node.js application running capability, right? But Heroku, Amazon AWS, it's a paid services. At the beginning of the course, I told you whatever the services we use in this course is completely free, and that's the reason I'm going to use this renderer. Renderer has a free tier so that you can deploy your application. If you don't have an account, create a new account and then go to the dashboard. Once you launch on this dashboard, you have option to add a new service. So in this case, we want to add a web service, but here you can explore more options. Now click on web services. Here we want to build and deploy our application through this git repo. So we'll select this one and then click next. Then you need to connect your repository with your GitHub account. Obviously, if you have GitLab or Bitbucket, that's also completely fine. Now, once you connect with the GitHub, here you will see your project name, which we just push. Obviously, we are pushing Strapi admin panel, right? And then click connect. Once it's connected, you will see AI resume builder Strapi admin. You can select the nearest region to you. I think for me it is I will select the US. I can keep as it is. The branch, select the appropriate branch, and we'll keep everything as it is. Then make sure to select the free tier because we are using we want to use it as a free tier, right? And the most important thing is now to add the environment variables. So you have option to add this environment file, and then you have to paste all the environment variable. So if I go to this AI resume admin builder, and here you will file .env file, right? Copy all of this credential, okay, which is already generated by the Strapi when you create the project, and you have to make sure to add it over here like this. Okay, just remove these comments, we don't need that one. I will just remove it here. Perfect. And just click add variable, and boom, if you see, all the environment variable is get added. Then just click create web service. If you want to change the name of the domain, you can change over here, but I will keep everything as it is, and it has an advanced option as well if you want to do anything. And then click web create web service. Now if you see, this is a log where you can keep eye on what is happening in the deployment. So right now, if you observe here, it's getting built, so it will take some time to deploy our application. So we'll wait, and I will pause the video over here. And now if you see, our application is running, and our admin, if you see over here, it's running on that particular port and everything is good. Now this is the URL you will see over here. Okay, it's called AI resume builder strapiadmin.onrender.com. Now if you click on this one, it will redirect you to the login. So just I will log in with my credential, and I'll save this information, and boom, if you see, you will see all your content will be there, whatever you saw inside your local host only. Okay, it only deploy your application, the database will be remain same. Now next thing you need to do is to copy this particular domain, and then inside your actual application, go to this .env.local and change this to the base, change this base URL to the actual domain. Then copy this base URL and go to this global API. Currently we are using this base URL, right? Over here you need to use the import dot meta dot env dot this particular base URL and save it. Now even if you go to this localhost 3000, or not localhost 3000 or 5173, and go to the dashboard, here we need to add the plus, oops, my bad, plus slash API slash and then our API call. And if you see now on the dashboard, you will see the change, and you will see that our application is running again smoothly. Okay, and everything you will find over here, nothing get updated. Okay, sounds good. So that's how you can deploy the Strapi on the free cloud service provider called Render. Now it's time to deploy our actual application on the cloud. So in order to deploy, it's quite easy because we are using Vite, and as I told you before, that Vite is very powerful and is very fast to build your application. Now inside the terminal, you just need to write npm run build, enter it, and then boom, you will see our build is ready. And here it will create a new folder called dist. So this folder initially was not there, but as soon as you make the build, you will see this, some of the files get created, right? Now in order to deploy these changes, right, you don't need to push anywhere like git or something like that, but instead of that we are going to use the hostinger service provider. Okay, if you want to know how to do with a Vercel, you can watch my all previous video, but in this course we are going to deploy on a hostinger. So first thing, let's log in it, and once you log in over here, you will see to manage the web hosting, click on it, make sure to select your domain. So in this case I will select my domain, and either you can deploy directly to your domain or you can create the subdomain for your application. So in this case I'm going to create a subdomain. Right now I already have the tubegurji.com domain, and here I will gonna create something like ai resume.tubegurji.com. okay, so you can write like this, or I will put the hyphen ai resume.tubegurji.com and then simply click create. So it will create this subdomain for you, and hostinger will take care everything, like they will do the auto configuration for you, everything, and you don't need to see anything. Now if I go to the ai resume.tubeguruji.com and click enter, you will see the default hostinger page, right? And now you go to the dashboard and click on the file manager. Hostinger also create a dedicated folder for your application which you just created. So go to this public underscore HTML after going to the file manager, and here you will see the new folder get created called AI resume. Open that folder, and obviously this is the default page which we don't want, so I will delete this. Then go back to your I think we need to go to this dist folder, so I will say reveal in the finder, and whatever the files we have inside the dist, I will just copy it and I will drag it inside this AI resume folder. So it will automatically upload it. Obviously you have upload option over here, you can upload it. I can directly drag it and drop it, and boom, you don't need to do anything. That's all. Now if I go over here, refresh the screen, and you will see our application is live on airesume.tubegurji.com. okay, Now here if you see, it's saying not secure because we connect with the HTTP only. Now if you search with the HTTP, yes, see, now we are good. Because when you create a subdomain, right, hostinger automatically add the SSL for your subdomain as well. You don't need to add it manually. And now your application is live. Now this particular hostinger cloud service is so fast. You will see that if you try to deploy on Vercel, it will take some couple of millisecond or second to load your application. But hostinger, it's taking very fast, it's lightning fast. And again we are using Vite, so again it's quite fast, right?